Tottenham. Stages on their 8th consecutive title. What a day for them. Lancashire champions.
A sunny, sporting Sunday in Stoke. Time for another big final in glorious conditions. The flags flapping briskly in the late morning breeze. It's the Under-14 Champions Cup final for girls between Sefton in their yellow tops and Swansea in white. The stage is set. I can't believe it's a week ago, last Sunday, that we kicked off our finals week. It's absolutely flown by. So much talent, so much joy, so much drama. And we'll have lots more in today's 3 games, no doubt. Here is the Sefton team with Emma Dowling in goal. Outfield players, Bella Hughes, Lois McNeil-Stevens, Libby Ashcroft, Erin Turner, Matilda Barron, Charlotte English, Amy Law, Elizabeth Snezina, Poppy Ankra and Amelia Scott. They're the starters. Subs no doubt will be important too. The team manager Richard Jones, coaches Jennifer Quinn and Matty Henderson. As for Swansea, they've got the number 21, Hallie Vaughan of Gowerton in goal. Their outfield players, Eliza Crocker, Lily James, Evie Evans, Grace Gavin, Lily Stabler's the captain, Maisie Steens, Eva Young, Lily Maddock, Lily Mages and Callie Matthews. The team manager is James Stabler, coach Di Evans, first aider Craig Steens. The referee, Amanda Woolley, assisted by Lois Jeffries, Evie Winfield and fourth official Evie Rose Allard. Sefton are in the huddle, always enjoy these moments, showing that togetherness, that determination, that focus of the teams. And that was the captain of Sefton just putting the team through their final instructions. A moment for Swansea to relish with the pre-match photos, all part of the match day experience here, as the referee will get us underway, calling over the captains. Proud moments for these girls, for sure. Sefton's captain, Libby Ashcroft, and Lily Stabler is the skipper. Plays for Welsh Schools FA as well, from Morriston. The coin toss, the final words of advice, excitement, apprehension, nerves, enthusiasm. Jack Woodward talking you through the action, and it is a pleasure and a privilege to be here. We've had every possible piece of football theatre during the course of this week. Only expect the unexpected. You look at the runs to the final. 35 each way, by the way, this one. With Sefton won the title, by the way, in 22-23. And under-13, under-12 semi-finalists the previous year, both times losing to the eventual winner. So they've got some pedigree. So too have Swansea, of course. The only Welsh representative this year, playing in their 3rd consecutive final. Both sides have come close in the past. Which team will win through here? It's England versus Wales. Sefton head-to-head with Swansea. They've both done really well to get to the final. Referee Amanda surveys the scene, looks at a watch, blows a whistle, and off we go for the Under-14 Champions District Cup for Girls final at Stoke City. And immediately it's Swansea with Eva Young trying to show her skills from the outset. Exactly what you want to see if you're the coach. And free kick won by the effervescence, exuberance and ebullience of Eva. She'll Go to the edge of the penalty area. They're queuing up. Lily James is up there of Morriston. She might be an option. First minute, Swansea hoping to hit the front early. Lily Stabler, the skipper, the inspiration. Could she even go for goal here? The way she's set up, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see her have a shot here. It's a two-player wall. There goes the whistle. And Lily has gone for goal. Strikes it. Good power. But the keeper, Emma Dowling, just watched it fly wide of her target. Emma of Maricourt Catholic High. And she plays it short and simple, and they can build again. Sefton playing from the back. They had some good wins, really impressive on the way to the final. Had a walkover before a 10-1 win at Wolverhampton. Yes, that's 10. 6-3 against Sheffield, 3-1 Liverpool as they stride forward. Out comes the keeper to meet it well. That's Hallie Vaughan, the number 21, in goal. And in the semi-final, 5-1 against Brighton. Under-15s won it last year. This team of Sefton won their first trophy this year, ESFA North West League. They went undefeated, actually. Last year, narrowly lost the semi-final to rivals Liverpool 4-3 with the last kick of the game after leading 3-2 with 5 minutes left. So Sefton want to make amends for that. And they do have a corner kick here in the 3rd minute. The flag hanging fairly limply as the wind drops. Good cross. Nice bit of control. But Swansea with a possible breakaway in the shape of Maisie Steams, and Stabler takes it up. But now, good work by Lois McNeil-Stevens of Litherland High, the vice-captain. Here's an effort from range, and that's almost nonchalant from the keeper to save with her legs there, but the danger hasn't gone with Amelia Scott taking up the play. But how about that from Hallie Vaughan? The ball dipped, it swerved in front of her, and I think it's come off her knee. That drive from well outside the penalty area, and well, that is really really good stuff from the keeper in the end. Sefton, Swansea began the game the brighter bit. Sefton now are growing into this. That was good work by Amelia Scott down the left, the number 12, who I'm told is a keen cricketer. She's playing with the larger round ball in this one. Amelia. She's actually represented Lancashire in cricket. She goes to Merchant Taylor Girls' School. And she's done well down the left-hand side so far for Sefton in their yellow tops. And it's into touch by Lily Majors. 4 gone, 0-0 for the sake of balance. Swansea's run to the final. We can go through now. And they've done very well. They've beaten West Kent 8-0, Slough 5-1, hit 8 against Bromley, although Bromley got 1 in reply, 3-1 at Maidstone, before a home walkover against Brighton, then a much tighter affair, a 5-goal thriller in the last 4 in the semi-final, beating Liverpool. So 4.5 on the clock, interesting fair, both teams just settling into their environment. Who's going to break the deadlock? As seen so much ability, flowing, free football, the gay abandon of youth. And she's looked good, hasn't she? Down the left wing, Amelia Scott. Will it be a case of amazing Amelia? Awesome Amelia, perhaps? She certainly looked effective so far. And now, Matilda Barron. Tilly. She's scored a number of long-range strikes this season. This time she's going to take the corner. And it's away. Tilly of Chesterfield High. Swansea hoping to counter. 6th minute, 0-0. Decent start. First of 3 games taking place. It's been a real marathon effort, but satisfying and rewarding at the same time. It does take a lot of work behind the scenes, obviously, with the logistics of getting all the games played. It's been a collective effort in every sense of the phrase, as this is nudged upfield by Lily Mages. Bit of head tennis. And that's away by Erin Turner of Holy Family Catholic High. They'll all be proud of her. Several schools represented here, as it's played with not a great deal of pace, but the keeper did well. Good stuff, Hallie, coming out of a penalty area to make that hers, commanding, full of authority. Top stuff, and here comes Swansea now. They might be in. No, the flag was raised as Poppy Ankra glided over to try and deal with it. She's the Sefton number 11 there, at the back. Chesterfield High. She actually moved schools this season. She's won the Cup twice with Liverpool in the last 2 seasons. Can she use that experience favourably for a new team? Enjoyable fare so far. The standard gets higher and higher each year in these finals. And now it's with Swansea and Callie Matthews, also of Gowerton. Good hold-up play here by Maisie Steens, and they could be in here. Swansea maybe with the opening goal, and there it is. It's rolled into the back of the net, and a really good piece of finishing as well. They have the opening goal. It's the Welsh team who strike first. A run through the middle, and Sefton just couldn't get there. Really well chased, and the goal keeper was drawn out there. Play here by Maisie and knocked into the back of the net. They could be in here. Swansea. The finish was low and true, and into the back of the net. The ball angled for the number 23, Eva Young, who made no mistake. She was never going to miss. It's Young showing maturity beyond her years. Played in, had a lot of time to think about that. But it's the Super Swans who are off and running with the first goal. Excellent, effective, exceptional from Eva. And Swansea break the deadlock. Really nicely worked. And Young grabbed her chance. Celebration time. And a little pause in play that enables Sefton perhaps to reorganise with team manager Richard Jones, who was actually part of the coaching team that won the under-14s trophy in 2023 and under-15s in 2024. So that really is going to be important to listen to his wisdom, absorb it. It is a setback for them to concede the goal. And equally, Swansea will be buzzing, buoyant, delighted with that early effort. It's been a close tussle. Swansea began brightly. Sefton roared back into it with a long-range shot that was saved by Vaughan. But then up the other end, the chance was taken. Nice, weighted ball, good angle for Eva Young. Rapidly sprinted forward. And for a moment, I thought I was watching Chloe Kelly or Alessia Russo or Lauren James. But no, it was Eva Young who gobbled up that chance with a real natural touch in the finish. Well, I've seen a lot of top players in both the women's game and the men's. I was covering the WSL yesterday. And they've got great role models nowadays. The cross comes in. It could be one back for Sefton, trying to bundle it in. Oh, so close, and the danger hasn't gone. Great combination play it was. Amelia Scott down the left-hand side again. She's been brilliant so far. And Amy Law with the opportunity, but she couldn't bundle it in. It was desperate defending. It was dynamic, fantastic defending from Swansea, and it had to be really good play. And that would have been worthy of the WSL I was watching yesterday, with the likes of Nikita Paris and Frank Kirby, Rachel Daly all playing in that game. And I've got to be honest with you, this has been worthy of that. We've got looking to follow in those footsteps. That was good, both forward play down the left by Scott and Law in the middle, but great defending by Swansea. It's what you want from a team when they've just taken the lead, to do absolutely everything to protect that advantage, and that's what they did. Surely there are going to be more goals in this game. Striding with purpose again is Charlotte English. Dares high. English again, second bite of the cherry with the cross. Away by Swansea, lead given to them by Eva Young. Nearly 12 minutes gone. 35 each way. Swansea on the charge. And this one is just ushered back by Ankara to goalkeeper Dowling. Nothing Emma could do about the Young strike. She burst through the middle and had the presence of mind just to roll it calmly. Pea shooter along the turf, over the line and into the back of the net. Still got under 14 boys county cup between Greater Manchester and Essex later, and then we finish the day with another girls game, under 13s Brighton and Knowsley St Helens in the under 13 Champions Cup. This is under 14 level, setting a high bar again. Good standard already. And a throw in for Sefton, who are looking for a route back into this contest. Taken short for Amelia Scott and Ankara. Chesterfield high. But yeah, Amelia Scott down the left. They're certainly looking to utilise her skills. She's been prominent so far. I'd like to get Elizabeth Snezina into the play as well. She got a hat-trick against Brighton in the semi, did Liz. Played for the England under 15s in the Bob Doherty Trophy. We have enjoyed watching that over the years on ESFA TV. There'll be a throw-in for Swansea with the tails up and noses very much in front. Set to be very warm later. They're probably playing at a nice time of day, actually, as we approach lunchtime on a Sunday. Throwing looping away by Turner, but just gaining some territory here as Swansea. But they'll be hoping to get a second goal. And a throw in. Lily Majors away, edging towards the quarter-hour mark. Remember, we'll have our player of the match later on as well. It's always a nice moment when the player of the match gets their award before the medals for all of the players at this expertly hosted event at Stoke City, playing the Championship. The women's team have had a good campaign as well. Throw in, looping in, causing a few issues in the rear guard, but propelled towards halfway. Swansea get it back. Well, they got it back for a while, but that was gathered superbly. Again, Amelia Scott and Amy Law, who came close to scoring moments ago. Law has made the peeling run. knocks the pass for Elizabeth Snedzina. And we mentioned they need to get Liz into the game, really, if they're to have a chance here. And Snedzina making a tireless run there, got the cross in, but the keeper was able to gather. And then it's just belted into touch on that far side. I think we might be having a fairly early sub. Replacements have sparkled on occasion. Saw some terrific games yesterday, as we have throughout the course of the week. Haven't had as many penalty shootouts as we normally get. Maybe that'll change today as we round off super 7-8 days of schools football. The SFA TV is the place to be for that. Welcome to our live stream. Here's a hopeful, ambitious effort, which wasn't quite matched in terms of quality, but well worth it. You never know your luck if you don't try. You never know. But that one zooming high over the bar and nothing to concern Hallie Vaughan, who did make an important save with her leg when the score was 0-0. Just having a little conversation there, Hallie, with Evie Evans, and Vaughan fires it forward. Now Sefton's Charlotte English seen plenty of the ball, trying to squeeze one back for Matilda Barron. Tilly tracking back. Lily James of Swansea done well so far. Now Sefton would love to haul themselves back to parity. Midway through this first half of 35 minutes, 1-0 to Swansea. Good pass, and they might have another opportunity here. It's another ball through the middle, and this is a good option for them given what happened with the goal. And is there a shove there? Nothing to warrant a penalty, says the referee. And this is a great piece of ball carrying. What a break that is from Sefton and Libby Ashcroft. And now Barron for Snedzina. Excellent attack this from the team in the yellow tops. They've reacted well to conceding the game's only goal so far. More good play, this time by Amelia Scott. Scott gets to the byline, and the keeper isn't able to gather, but crucially she got something on it there, Vaughan. Well, Scott looks the most likely source of a goal for Sefton. She's constantly tormented Swansea down the left-hand side. Low ball in there at the near post. It was awkward for Hallie Vaughan when she was able to put it behind for a corner, but they pressed well. They've shown real confidence in their ability since going behind, hoping to bounce back with an equaliser. 19 gone, Sefton 0, Swansea 1. In comes the cross. Tilly Barron plays it in. Should be cleared, and is. A little bit of jostling in the penalty area. Referee's whistle blown. In fact, are we going to retake the corner? I'm not exactly sure. Maybe we've got a player down, so might need some treatment. Hopefully it won't be too long a stoppage. It's been an intriguing tussle between two teams determined to enjoy their day out and hoping to get a trophy at the end of it. Tilly has plenty of time to consider this corner kick, and well, it's Swansea's Callie Matthews of Gowerton back on her feet. Might be needing a change. We could see her later on because there are rolling substitutes here, which is a great idea. Of course, it's a big pitch for them, and got a change for Sefton as well, with Charlotte Davis coming on, I think. It's actually Amelia Scott going off, who's been outstanding so far. Having a breather. Certainly earned it. Here she comes then, Tilly onto the roof of the net. She was trying to play one high, I think, to the back post, but got the angle slightly wrong. Sefton have done plenty of attacking, they just haven't had any scoring joy, seeking that elusive goal. Another look at the corner from Tilly Barron, but no concerns for Vaughan and her defenders. Swansea have got the game where they want it after Eva Young was released through the middle, showed composure, having speedily latched onto the ball, drew keeper Dowling and slotted it into the net. Here comes Sefton now. They'll feel they're perhaps worthy of an equaliser. Good covering though by Eliza Crocker. And then she knocks it down that far flank. Here's the, well, I would say cross-come shot, perhaps trying to catch Vaughan out, but she looks quite calm, backing her ability into the gloves. And punts it high. Good distance on that. The header glanced by Sefton's midfielder. Now it's with Lois McNeil-Stevens, and Hughes finds the angle. Really good ball for English. Charlotte English! Oh, that's a stunner! A fabulous strike! A golden moment for the yellow shirts, and Sefton are level. Really good attack. English has been excellent so far, and that was stunning. That was sensational from Charlotte, the number 7, into 7th heaven at Stoke. It's 1-1. That's quality. There's no way Hallie Vaughan was saving that. Lovely angle ball, one touch to control. There's magic in those boots. Right-footed, right into the back of the net. As the netting ripples with delight for Sefton, it's 1-1. And a great goal that from Charlotte English. Really nicely done. One apiece. And, well, which way will the pendulum swing next, I wonder? Terrific strike, wasn't it? I mean, she was fairly close in, but to show that level of composure, but also got the laces through the ball. You could sense the focus. It was a fabulous ball in her path, but it still needed some finishing. So it's Eva and Charlotte, the goal scorers. We thought this would be a close affair, and it's how it's proving. And remember, if it is level after the 70 minutes, it would go to penalties. Now it opens up for Lois McNeil-Stevens, who's barged to the ground. The referee gives the free kick, and maybe there's going to be a shot in on goal here. Tilly Barron might fancy it. How about Liz Snadzina, maybe? Well, Barron is over it. Well, is she going to go for glory here? Barron, heartbeat of the team, pulling the strings, showing the quality. Creative. 3-player wall. She has scored many long-range strikes this season. She wants another here. She went for the top corner, just didn't dip in time. You could see the idea there. Hallie Vaughan was relieved to see that one go over the bar. She was backing herself to smash that one into the net, but couldn't quite do so, and it remains 1-1. But it's been a very enjoyable contest. It's gone rapidly. Swansea settled into it. Breakaway goal for Eva Young, played in well, but then Sefton had their moments before a fantastic defence-splitting ball was converted with aplomb, with bags of ability and enjoyment by Charlotte English. 1-1. Is either of these teams going to get into the lead before the break? We've got 10 minutes of a compelling, absorbing first half of girls' cup football at Stoke. Here she is, the girl of the moment, Charlotte English. tries to play the pass this time, and Evie Evans, who also represents the Welsh Schools FA, went over to deal with that. Into McNeil Stevens. English. Could go the distance, this one. Bella Hughes of Maghall High. Poppy Ankra getting forward there, as she likes to do. Bella. Libby Ashcroft to take this free kick, 27th minute, plays it short and simple. And Hughes, slightly scrappy period of play, and now it's Ankra for Hughes, and Law putting herself about. She did nearly score earlier on. Law leading the line, showing a real appetite and desire, knitting the play together. And it's with Swansea and Evie Evans to pump this one clear. Crocker goes over to have a little chat with Evie whilst we have a pause in play for treatment to Sefton's number 2, Bella Hughes, who's looked a good competitor so far. Make sure you go to Schools Football. That's the handle on X. Go to Instagram, Facebook, go to the website, obviously ESFA TV. Welcome to our live stream as number 9, Antonia Notaratino of Chesterfield High comes on. Olivia Pritchard, also of Chesterfield High, well represented in this Sefton lineup. I'm sure all the pupils will be tuned in, and indeed plenty of support at the ground as well, with Aaron Turner doing well of Holy Family Catholic High. And now they're getting forward well in the 29th minute, hoping to take the lead. Lovely ball over the top for Ankra, who tries her luck, racing forward, the number 11. Well, she's been victorious in the last 2 seasons with Liverpool. She'd love to do it with Sefton. Poppy Ankra, who had a pop at goal there. She was running away from it, tight angle, might have been trying to cross it as it flashes wide of the target, but since she's got into a more advanced position, she's been causing a few headaches for Swansea, has Poppy. And in she goes again with the pass for Snadzina, and now the shot from Pritchard, who's just come onto the pitch. Speculative effort, but trims the turf and just drifts adjacent to the target. Coming up to the final 5 of the first 35 at Stoke. Under-14 Champions Cup district final for girls here. It was Swansea who raced into an early lead through Eva Young, but pegged back by a really fine effort from Charlotte English. Gives us a level scoreline as Pritchard, who's looking to seize her opportunity, which is what you want all these girls to do. Oh, it's a good bit of ball chasing there by Snadzina. Looked like she was second favourite there, but she managed to get the better of Eliza Crocker, fizzed it in, and has won her team a corner. That's really good work by the number 10 of Sefton. And she's going to go over and take the corner kick in her bright boots into the closing stages of an absorbing first half of football. Snadzina, left wing, right boot, looks good. Well, there were 3 Sefton players there but weren't able to capitalise on the situation, as it's just ushered behind well there by Swansea and Evie Evans. Laces being done up. Their parents have taught them well. It's a long time since I had to learn to do that, but these girls clearly well brought up, good education, good environment around them, excellent team spirit, and thanks to everyone who's prepared them. All those journeys up and down the country, worthwhile when you come and, having made the sacrifices, watch your loved ones playing a big final like this in gorgeous weather. It's the sun is beating down. Ankara really coming good as this game goes on. Poppy Ankara strong on the ball, good technical player, and that's a nice angle for her from McNeil Stevens. Snadzina strutting her stuff, good challenge. Forward now comes Hughes, and Snadzina for McNeil Stevens. Good spell of pressure this, deep inside Swansea territory from Sefton. What a run this is by McNeil Stevens. Gets the cross in as well. Swansea away for Lily James. And now it's a breakaway, and they have been good with these counter-attacks. That's how they scored that first goal, with Maisie Steens lunging in late there. She also plays a Welsh Schools FA. Barging the defender, Libby Ashcroft, who stuck to her task, resilient in the rear guard. Rock at the back, thou shalt not pass, would be her mantra, and it was the case there. Fouled, as both teams look for a late goal, just to give a little spring to the step as they go into the changing rooms at half-time. Well, we've had a whale of a time this week, we really have. Seeing some spectacular goals, firm tackles, flowing moves, super saves, stunning matches. Trophies lifted, acquaintances made, memories made to last a lifetime. Touched on there by McNeil Stevens. Challenge from James is sound, but again it's Ashcroft, takes no chances. Dowling, first time, generates decent power on the clearance, good distance on it for Pritchard, who just had a lapse in concentration there, but she has contributed gamely since entering the fray as a replacement. We'll bring you the highlights at half-time, the two goals, the first from Eva Young of Swansea, the second from Charlotte English of Sefton. Have been other moments that mattered, incidents that excited, so the tail of the tape is coming, and then we'll bring you the second half in its entirety, live on ESFA TV's live stream. We've seen an abundance of matches, a plethora of goals, a glut of chances, scoring possibilities and excitement all week long. We're looking forward to the Pokemon Cup here on Friday, and then a full week of PlayStation Cup action from the Hawthorns West Bromwich, another famous stadium, and the youngsters will be gracing that turf in the West Midlands. We're in Staffordshire for this week-long programme. Closing seconds of the first 35 minutes. Throw in for Swansea. Lily Stabler, the captain. She'll have been delighted to see her team go ahead, but they've been level back. Poppy. With the pass. Threaded together well. We're in stoppage time at the end of the half. We have had a couple of goals and the physios have been on. Ankara steers it over, bounces in front of the keeper, who takes it at the second time of asking. Lurking in her slipstream there was goalscorer Charlotte English, hoping to feed off any scraps that might come from the table. But Hallie Vaughan was able to collect it. James gets it back. Lily. Lots of Lilies in the Swansea team. Maddock, Majors. Oh, and here they come. They're through. Might have another goal. Good save by the legs to foil Maisie Steens, who was clean through there. She was hoping she might retake the lead for Swansea. Surely that's the last action of this first half. She would have backed herself there, the number 20. She got the better of Sefton defender Erin Turner, did Maisie, but she wasn't able to find a way past Emma Dowling. That's a really good, impressive save, an important one on the stroke of half-time. There's still going to be time, I think, for one of these long throw-ins, perhaps, for Swansea to get themselves back in front. But it was very similar to the chance that Eva Young took earlier on. But Maisie, this time, saved by the legs of Dowling, who denies Swansea a second goal. Well, I think referee Amanda Wool is enjoying this so much. She's happy for it to continue for now as Crocker. You'd say 1-1 is probably about right. Haven't had too many clear chances other than the goal. That was probably the best one that Steens wasn't able to take. Referee looks at the watch. Sefton. Poppy Ankra can't get to the ball, but Lois McNeil-Stevens most certainly can. She loves to raid forward. Sliced cross. And McNeil-Stevens again. Solid defending. Had some sparkling attacking. Two very well taken goals as well. Bella Hughes. Snadzina. What she got up her sleeve here. She's manoeuvred it over to the left-hand side. Poppy Ankra has the door slammed shut in her face by her opposing number 11, Lily Maddock. And it's booted towards her by Lily Majors. Ankra. 3 minutes of stoppage time. There is the half-time whistle. Decent game, enjoyable fare, one apiece. Swansea raced into an early lead through Eva Young, but Sefton hit back. Thunderous strike by Charlotte English. Either team could have had further goals. Really pleasing watch that. Excellent football. 1-1 at the break. Second half is up and coming. We can bring you key moments from the opening 35. It's well poised. Honours even after the first half of this Under-14 Champions Cup district final for girls. Nothing between them. All to play for. We have to have a winner. Who's it going to be? Sefton in yellow and blue or Swansea in white and black? We're going to find out in the next 35 minutes. Maybe we'll get a penalty shootout. Perhaps it'll be sorted out before that. But, I mean, wouldn't like to guess, because anything is possible, as it's typically tenacious and competitive right at the beginning of this half of football. Live on our stream on YouTube, ESFA TV, the home of schools football, of high quality schools football, as well as the crunching challenge is made by Eliza Crocker, and she'll lead the throw in for her teammate Lily Majors. Swansea's goal scorer, Eva Young, released through the middle in the early part of the game, but Charlotte English, with a rocket of a shot, made it one apiece, as that eludes Bella Hughes. But so many players capable of getting their team into the ascendancy. Might need the first aider here for Swansea. Concern for them with the referee for this fixture, Amanda Woolley, calling on the assistants. She's assisted by Lois Jeffries and Evie Winfield running the lines. Evie Rose Ellard is the fourth official. They've been brilliant throughout the week. All of the refs and linesmen and women, fourth officials, coaches, teachers. Good to have a chatter around the stadium from the friends and family, the supporters, as we have a look at this first goal. Played in nicely by Steens. Was Eva Young who did the rest, and good celebrations led by her teammate Lily James. You would have thought Lily had scored, but that's great to see. She was so happy for Eva. And here's the equalising goal. It's a really nice move, actually. Some great passing football, and it was crashed into that from a tight angle. That is exemplary technique. That was worthy of one of the Lionesses. Really was quite fabulous from Charlotte English to make it 1-1. We can resume. Didn't look to be a serious knock, thankfully, with the 3rd minute of this second half. A little layoff by Swansea's Maddock, and booted forward. Good distance on that clearance, but it's Sefton now, maybe to get some momentum with Maureen Dly of Maricourt Catholic High having come on. We've seen several substitutions, and most of them have had some sort of impact, showing the strength of these respective squads. And a throw in. High and hanging. Just lost her bearings momentarily there, did Sefton's Marine Lie. And throw-in launched in this very pleasant, wonderful Sunday sunshine. After this week, you can't say it's always cold in the Potteries, because it's been absolutely lovely and certainly made it more pleasurable experience for all the organisers and, of course, people who've come and watched. Good to see a healthy attendance at the stadium today, with the supporters of these two teams engrossed in the action. Ball floated into the danger zone. A shot is not wide, but nothing to trouble the Sefton goalkeeper, Emma Dowling. Grace Gavin trying her luck, but it trickled adjacent to the upright as it opened up. Bit of hesitant defending. Ankara got something on it, and she was just unsighted, I think. Sliding in as well was Lily James, but it was Gavin who whacked it. Looked like it might be Amazing Grace for a moment, but she pulled the trigger and pulled it wide of the target. 5 gone, second half. 1-1. Challenged by Mages, grappling for supremacy with Lois McNeil-Stevens. Good confrontation between those two. It's been an interesting encounter. And now Poppy Ankara to take this throw in. And it's away by Swansea's Grace Gavin. It was Sefton's number 7 who scored the equaliser. Now Swansea on the charge. Can they manoeuvre it for the goal scorer, Eva Young? Maisie Steen certainly the player looking to push them forward at every opportunity, having got an assist for the goal. Marine Delight. Fairly low trajectory on that one, spinning over the halfway line. And these are the best types of matches in any way, aren't they? So close. Might be an error. We hope it's a moment of magic or inspiration just to really light up this occasion. Maybe it's going to come here with Poppy Ankara just behind Antonia Notaratino. And over for Charlotte Davis. One of the substitutes to take the throw in. Davis again. Calm on the ball. Carries it upfield. Good firm push pass now for Ankara. Opposed by Lily Mages. Poppy Ankara, how about this for a run? Getting all the way to the byline. Looks a good cross as well, as Marine tried to get on the end of it. That was outstanding from Poppy. But now Swansea on the break. Long ball through the centre, and they might be in here. Swansea now to retake the lead. No, great defending, and it had to be, because Maisie Steen's so good in those type of situations. They look to knock it long to exploit her pace, and running into the channels, tireless worker. And you feel we're going to get a goal soon, the way this is going. Here's a throw in for, it's the beauty of football. Anything can happen at any time. You can have fairly dull passages to play, and then suddenly it just springs to life with a slick flowing move, or maybe a long range effort, or a set piece that comes to fruition. Plenty for the coaches to take in, pondering the next shuffling of the pack perhaps. Is there an ace up the sleeve? Throw in for Marine Delay. Amy Law was certainly threatening in the early stages. She's got the nickname Sniffles. when she's closing you down, you can't get rid of her. And we did see a couple of examples of that. Can Sefton catch Swansea cold here, perhaps, with a throw-in? Oh, well, I'm afraid not, because she got a little bit too excited. Will be a second chance to take it, though, for Lexi Shields. And that's a much better effort away on the volley. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And that could be a good mantra for this week. These youngsters who've done well in adversity, they've shown togetherness, they've shown spirit and helped each other out, which is always important in a team environment. 44 on the clock, 1-1, remember 35 minutes each way, penalties if needed, if they're level. And there certainly isn't going to be more than one goal between these two come the final reckoning. One of the closest matches we've seen really all week. Away by Lily James. I did enjoy her celebration of Eva Young's goal. It was just sheer unbridled enthusiasm and love of the game. Here now come Sefton and Maureen Delay, who's very much been a thorn in the side of Swansea since coming onto the pitch. Nearly 10 gone of this second half, no further goals. Throw in now for Liz Snidzina. Offside against Marine, the number 18, who's been very effective generally, even though she mistimed that run in this second period. It's just crying out for someone to seize their moment, to grab it by the scruff of the neck, to say, look, I'm here at Stoke, I'm here for my school, I'm here for my organisation, I'm here for my team, and I'm going to try and win it for you. As Callie Matthews comes back on. Lily James challenges. You can see the wind just ruffling through the official's flag there. You need it when the weather gets this warm. Certainly out in the sunshine rather than the shadow. You need that little bit of breeze. But the weather really has been kind to us this week, which we're all very grateful for. Everyone beavering away to make sure it's been a success, and it most certainly has. And we'll have the joy and elation of the presentation ceremony to come. We've got our player of the match. Who are you thinking? There's a few. This is not an easy one, actually. I don't think I've had one easy decision, or any of the commentators, Isaac and Jamie as well this week. It's been really tough for us, and that's an indication as to the sheer quality on show. So many contenders, so many contributors. Good challenge in there. And now Poppy Ankra, she looks as likely as anyone to take the ball by the horns, as it were. As knocked away. Good build up down the left now for Sefton. Cross in towards Notara Torino. Nearly called a Tarantino there. Wonder what the next plot twist is in this particular movie. Directing operations here is Maureen Delay with the little chip, hoping one of her teammates can take centre stage. Snidzina buzzing around. Swansea on the break, and they've been good on the break in this game. Turned over to Matthews. Given back to her, at least that was the intention, with Steens in the middle. Charlotte Davis. And that one into touch. 13 gone, second half. Under 14 girls clash for the Champions Cup. And anyone's game. Really is. Sure, there will have practice penalties. And we might have the thrills of a shootout. Or is there to be a hero to emerge in the remainder of this game? We've still got over 20 minutes playing time, so ample time for it to happen. Just creeping forward, hoping to get some momentum into a bit of rhythm here. Maybe it'll be a set piece that settles this one. Swansea proudly representing Wales, flying the flag with pride, passion and hwyl, as the Welsh word would be, which sort of means passion, spirit, that type of thing. If you want an example of it, watch the rugby players when they're singing the anthem, and the fans actually in the matches. Give it absolutely everything, as these girls are in this game. And it would be lovely, absolutely lovely, for Swansea if they were to score, but Sefton have got other ideas. Ankra again leading them forward. She's really coming to the plate here, showing her experience. And is that going to go behind for a corner? No, she did well, did Evie Evans. Spinning ball, cross in towards Snidzina, stretches out for it, can't get there. Little touch by Marine. And excellent work in defence by Lily Madder. Timed it well, firm, confident, no nonsense. Past the 50-minute mark. Scored 2 goals in the first half, none in the second so far. More fresh legs coming on. And it's the return of Amelia Scott. Merchant Taylor, she actually started the game really well, didn't she, Amelia? Coming on for Poppy Ankra, who's been one of the more effective players as well. So strong squad for Sefton. No quarter Astor given on the share of the 50-50s, both teams. It's tantalisingly, fascinatingly poised, this. Throw in for the white shirts. Good distance. And did well there to win the free kick. Did the ever willing Lily James. And I think Eva Young, their goal scorer, will be taking it. Chance to get some teammates forward there for Eva, who got them in front in the early part of this game. Eva Young, good delivery as well. Just about dealt with it. Not where they intended the clearance to go, but it was effective enough. Pressure applied, hassling, harrying off the ball, pressing. And they've lost it. Great work by Liz Snidzina. Can she go all the way here, Snidzina? Fantastic ball carrying. What a run this is. Snidzina! Great save to foil her. That would have been one of the goals of the week from Liz Snidzina, the Sefton number 10. Right in the challenges, power and pace, and went for glory. It's a really good save, though. Hallie Vaughan has come to her team's rescue there. Wonderful goalkeeping just when her team needed her. Snidzina disappointed. She expended so much energy to get into that position, but just couldn't find the corner. She did have support in the middle, but you can understand why she went for goal, having worked so hard to get there. So it's a corner kick here, taken short. And in comes the shot, it's off the bar and then in on the follow-up. And Snidzina has her goal. And Sefton are in front for the first time in this game. It was a fabulous strike from range off the frame of the goal. And Snedzina, the player who won the corner with a dynamic dribble and shot, that would have been a worldie. However, she scores from close range. The first effort was simply stunning. It hit the underside of the bar, and then Snedzina followed it up, heading against the keeper. She got a touch, did Vaughan, but she couldn't prevent it from going into the roof of the net. And Sefton celebrate. Super stuff from them. They've come from behind to lead Swansea by 2-1. And yeah, you did feel might be Snedzina, and she deserved that bit of luck to be there where after it hit the bar. You never know where it's going to go. It's a great strike against the frame of the goal. And that would have been a goal we'd be talking about next year. I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Evie Evans with the shot that hit the bar. We'll have a look at the tape, but it was a cleverly taken corner, actually, wasn't it? Short, crashed with power. Keeper was beaten. She did well to get her gloves to the follow-up header, but she was so close that Snedzina got the goal. Is that going to be the goal that wins Sefton this trophy? Or have Swansea got something to say about that? No suggestion of a penalty there as Lily James went down. They want another one. Snedzina for Notara Tino. She can't prevent that one from just trickling agonisingly over the edge of the pitch, but satisfyingly for Swansea. 15 to go. Sefton. How they'd love to repeat their win from 2 seasons ago. They're on course to do it. Didn't start well, inauspiciously, in fact, you might say, when Eva Young latched onto Maisie Steen's through ball, but really good comeback and 2 fabulous goals, actually. English with the first, as Libby Ashcroft is down, might require a bit of assistance. Great to have your company wherever you may be watching this one. Back on her feet is Ashcroft. The Swansea players just in the circle there, trusting each other to... Now they're playing catch up. Still got time though. We're going to have a substitute here with Notara Tino coming off, and it's Amy Law. Sniffles is back. Can she snaffle a goal, I wonder? She'll have enjoyed that run and shot by Snedzina, which led to the corner, which led to the goal, scored by Liz Snedzina. It's a game that's had quiet periods, but there has been lots of zest, enthusiasm and class. Here's Charlotte Davis striding confidently. Really good play from her. Looking to release Amy Law. Started the game brightly. Is she going to end it strongly? Swansea still believe. Good work that by Ashcroft. Back on her feet now. And Sefton emerge with it. How they want the buffer of a third goal. With more excellent industry. And Evans pushing forward. Matthews tries to get there, can't do so, and now James angles the pass, onside, the goal scorer Young trying to return the compliment for Steens, who supplied her in the first half with Swansea's only goal so far, away by Maddock. And now calming figure is Tilly Barron, the captain. Going to need her in the remainder if they're to close this one out. Excellent energy and industry again from Amy Law. Law, clever pass, Snadzina. And again, manoeuvring it nicely. And the shot from well outside the penalty area just comes through favourably for the Swansea keeper, Hallie Vaughan, who's made good saves, but a team find themselves in arrears. You offer them a penalty shootout now, they definitely take it. That wouldn't have been the case when they were 1-0 up, but tables have been turned as it is pushed by McNeil-Stevens. That was decent play. And here they come, it's a good run this. It's a fantastic run. Save at the near post, and then a little layoff for Amy Law, and it comes through for keeper Vaughan. But more dynamic, purposeful, buccaneering play. This time from Sefton's Amelia Scott. And yeah, it's those two, Scott and Law, who were combining at the start of the game. Good move that, to bring them both back on, with maybe the Swansea defence tiring a bit, to have their appetite for the fray and their excellence in attack. But that was a really good run, wasn't it, by Amelia Scott. Less than 10 minutes to go then. Sefton closing in on victory. But Swansea still having their moments with Young now, and Maisie Steens is through. Steens, good save, vital save, massive moment in the game. Maisie Steens, that was her opportunity. Her and Young have constantly threatened in this game. Steens supplied Young with a goal earlier on. This time Steens was through, but that's good work by Emma Dowling. That might just have clinched the trophy for Sefton. The keeper low to her right, puts it behind for a corner. Are Swansea going to get a better chance? Well, they've got a corner. Are we building up towards a thrilling finale? Snadzina, her goal has put them on the way to glory. Remember, Swansea undefeated this year, racked up the goals on the run to the final, their third consecutive final. Both of these teams have been close, regulars in the latter stages. Top their group, Swansea, the current Welsh school champions. But they're 2-1 down here with 8 to go. With Swansea making a change. And back comes Daisy Moore. Just noticed actually, often with the ponytails of a certain length in these matches, that you can't always see the number on the back. We don't mind those flowing locks. All well turned out for their team, and they've all can be really proud of their efforts, these girls. Super stuff this week. 7 to go. This ball's hit high, that could be tricky. And Swansea maybe can sense the goal, and it's in! Off the inside of the post. Wow, wow, wow. It's 2-2. The pendulum keeps swinging here. This is an excellent final, it really is. Eva Young with his second of the game. Eva, ever so strong, ever so determined, off the inside of the post. She scored the first goal of the game, and now she has another one outside of the boot. That is an absolutely brilliant finish, by the way. Terrific technique from Eva. She is some talent. That is a splendid goal. And Steen's constantly threatening, and those two have combined superbly on a number of occasions. It's 2-2, and this may well be destined for penalties. It's been that sort of game. You could put a blanket over them in terms of the quality. They're two excellent sides, this. I mean, it's an awful way to lose, a great way to win, but I mean, I just hope there is going to be a winner, actually. Yeah, we love the drama of penalties, but I just hope there is for the cause of the game. It's been such a terrific contest. Young, was that the... I mean, quality goals as well. Might be the pick of them, that one. Here's an effort from range which flashes wide for Sefton, hoping to retake the lead. But when you consider... Well, we've got a forward from the back well there. Did Sefton's defender. She's actually looked really good as Charlotte Davis in this game at the back, and also getting forward there. Well, Charlotte English is back on, and she scored craft of a goal to make it 1-1. Swansea, 2 goals for Eva Young, sandwiched in between her 2 efforts. A couple for Sefton from English and Snedzina. 5 minutes to go. Oh, it's really hard, by the way, to get a player of the match here. I love the challenge of it. It's such a conundrum. Well, because when you think of, you know, that Law and Scott started so well for Sefton, Young with a couple of goals for Swansea, and Snedzina, English's strike. Yeah, oh, goodness me, it's hard, this. But it's why we're paid the big bucks, isn't it? Make these calls. But it's what you want. 4 minutes of playing time here in this high quality under-14 girls final. Here comes Sefton. But player of the match, Maisie Steens for Swansea. Constantly threatening. Didn't get herself a goal. She did everything. She's done everything, but maybe she's got a winner up her sleeve. Who knows? But really enjoyed her performance. Slotting over for Young for her goals. Could have had one of her own, but here come Sefton now on the charge. Snedzina, she's a close second, by the way, for player of the match. I mean, with the run and shot and a goal as well. But really, they were the 2 main contenders. As we've mentioned, a number of possibles. 2.5 minutes to the dying embers. The flame of hope still flickering for these teams, hoping to get a winner. Or are we set for penalties? Oh, great play by Charlotte Davis. What a class act she is. Gets the ball over as well. Snedzina was waiting. They've soaked up a lot of pressure, haven't they, Swansea? And look to hit on the counter. And here it is through the middle. Oh, they're in here, are they? And, well, Snedzina just mistimed. Sorry, do apologise. Steens did mistime a run, and that would have been a way to celebrate your player of the match award by racing forward and getting the winner. She couldn't because she was offside. The lineswoman's flag displayed for all to see. I think we might be heading for pens. Ashcroft forward for Law. Here she is, Sniffles. Love that nickname. Plays it low for Snedzina. Oh! What a way to win it for Sefton! Oh my word! Liz Snedzina with a bullet right into the top corner. 2 goals for her, 3 for Sefton, and surely there is no coming back for Swansea. Well, it almost leaves you short of superlatives, but here are a few. Wonderful, magnificent, awesome, astonishing. Liz Snedzina. We've seen some wonderful goals this week. That might just be my favourite, you know. At such a crucial time as well. Sometimes you've got to remember the importance of goals, the significance of them, the relevance of them. This game was 2-2. It was absolutely in the balance. It needed someone to grab it, someone to say, look, I'm going to make myself the star here. I'm going to get my team over the line. That is what Liz Snedzina has done. And you know what? I'd already given player of the match. If I was doing it a couple of minutes later, I would have given it to her. But that's the way it goes with these. Well done. I still think Maisie's a worthy winner. Maisie Steens, the Swansea player. But, I mean, that was just joyous from her. But I wouldn't be massively surprised if Swansea weren't to get a third here. This has been a real roller coaster, a seesaw, helter-skelter journey of an adventure of emotion, of sheer focus and will to win. And Swansea, you know, they don't deserve to lose it, do they? Let's face it. But that's football. It can be very cruel. And no, we'll stick with I've made the call. I'm always a man of my word. I'm not gonna. She's still got the delight of scoring the 2 goals, her Snedzina, and she'll be happy enough with that. Wow, that was a screamer from Snedzina. Almost has a ring to it, that, doesn't it? How to clinch a game. I think maybe she'd heard that she missed out on player of the match and she wanted to put me right, and that was how to do it. What a goal. I mean, to be honest though, we've seen several high-quality strikes. That was worthy of the... You know, I mentioned that I did the last day of the Women's Super League yesterday. That was worthy of that. I'm not even exaggerating, and I know she's only... I don't want to put too much pressure on her young shoulders. She's only an under-14, but looking out for a few of these names. What a goal. Well, Snedzina plays the pass for... I've almost forgotten Charlotte English and her goal. I mean, that was a brilliant strike. Well, 5-goal thriller. It's ebbed and it's flowed. And that's what they do, these games. Now, here she goes. Steens, good running. Oh, now she wants it. The player of the match. Here she goes. What a run that was. And she's clearly been clipped. And now Maisie Steens showing her ability right to the end. Well, we've had 3 minutes of added time. So this is it. This is the game right here. Keeper might as well come up now. This is it. Now or never for Swansea. They've got to score from this. Otherwise, Sefton will be winning. Well, the two games after this have got an act to live up to, but great way to start the day. Don't want this week to end, do we? Should we do it again for another week? Here we go. Final action of the game, surely. Long range. Caught by the keeper, and they know. Sefton know. That's it. They know in their hearts. Oh, she's getting on with it. There's the final whistle. 5-goal thriller. Sefton emerged triumphant. Swansea took an early lead. Sefton then led 2-1. Swansea hit back, but the golden moment, Elizabeth Snidzina with her second of the game, rifled it high, spectacularly into the top corner. A brilliant advert for girls football, this. Champions Cup, they were all champions. There could only be one winner though, it's Sefton. Snidzina's brace, and Charlotte English scored a belter to get that first goal as well. Eva Young scored twice for Swansea, but it wasn't enough. They come up just short, but they can be proud of their achievements. That was an absolute cracker of a game. Well done, Sefton, and to Swansea for serving up some great entertainment. Sefton 3, Swansea 2. Key moments coming up, and the awards presentation momentarily. It's presentation time then at the end of an absolute humdinger of a final. It was a belter of a contest. As we appreciate the effort to the officials, really good work from them as always. Amanda Woolley, assistants Lois Jeffries, Evie Winfield, and the fourth official, Evie Rose Ellard. Kept it flowing, got the first aiders on when they needed to be, officiated really impressively. Player of the match, well, so many contenders. Maisie Steens, the player of the match, and to be honest, I don't think it's the end of the world, is it? When occasionally you get a team who've lost. It was a close game. Obviously, it was awarded just before they won the goal, but I thought she deserved it. She kept pushing. She won that late free kick, got a couple of assists, could have had a goal of her own, and you know, that's it's only a token sort of consolation. Obviously, she wanted to win for her team. They wanted the trophy, and you can tell from their body language how much they wanted it and how disappointed they are. They played their part. She got a couple of assists for Eva Young's 2 goals, and they all deserve their medals. Runners-up, Ali Vaughan made big saves. There was nothing she could do about any of the goals, really. First one, great strike from Charlotte English. The third, as we've mentioned, from Snezina, and even Snezina's first goal was a ball that hit the crossbar and came back to her. So well done to all of Swansea's players. Contributed to a final that will live long in the memory. They did really well to get all the way to the final. Had great wins. Big scorelines. Hit 8 against West Kent and Bromley, 5 against Slough, 3-1 at Maidstone, and they won a game 3-2 in the semi-final against Liverpool, lost this one by the same scoreline. So close. Could have gone either way. Went the way of Sefton. Good to have all the names announced by our announcer at Stoke today. The boys waiting in the wings after the girls put on a real show. They served up a Sunday lunchtime treat. They deserve this moment. Yes, they would have loved it to be in celebration, but all of them worked so hard to get them to this stage. And they've done themselves proud. They really have here, the Swansea girls. And good to see all of the members of the squad not necessarily involved today. The fire of the Welsh Dragon was extinguished right at the end. So time for the Sefton girls to collect their winners' medals. Sounds good, doesn't it, girls? Keeper contributed well, Emma Dowling. And popular girls as well. Good to have their schoolmates, their friends and family watching on. And difficult to single them out. There were lots of stellar performances right throughout the team from both teams. But obviously, Snedzina will be the player to take the headlines for the quality of her second goal, scored twice, and Charlotte English with the first. And here she is, Charlotte, who it was an important time she scored as well. Not only was it a clean hit, it was getting a team back to 1-1, having conceded the early goal. There's Sniffles getting hers, as she's affectionately known, Amy Law, to give her a full name. And that's Snedzina, star of the show, you might say, but they've all done well. Ankra, thought she really pushed them forward when they needed to get there, gave them that energy. Amelia Scott as well at the start of the game, and Lexi Shields. Well done to all. She came forward well with the ball, didn't she, Charlotte Davies, imperiously at times. And Antonia Notaratino can't wait to get their hands on this trophy. Captain Libby Ashcroft. The players all positioned for their photo. Thanks to the SFA for taking the time to present the medals. It's trophy time. This is the moment they've worked so hard for. Sefton are the champions. Celebration time. They won the final by 3-2, and it was a terrific game of football. Magnificent stuff. They deserve these wonderful scenes. All smiles. A bounce in the stride, a spring in the step. Sefton are the champions. Sample it, savour it, cherish it. The sunshine of Stoke. The players taking in their surroundings. What an opportunity for these boys. It's the ESFA Under-14 Boys County Cup final between Greater Manchester in gold and black and Essex in their navy strip. Should be a really good game, this. Bags of talent in both lineups. Greater Manchester's team. Joe Kershaw in goal. The outfield players, Lucas Bradley, Calum Hardy, Cairo Morris-Myers, Jasper Joy Mantata, Christian Mbonza, Jason Williams, Farhan Rossack, Ty Livesey, Callum Moss, the captain, and Tolawani Okalola. Their manager is Matt Broadhead, coach Paul Ogden. As for their opponents, Essex with Brian Igbo in goal. Their outfielders, George Jordan, Jacob Campbell, Arthur Jacks, Zachary van der Straten's the captain, Charlie Grace, Alfie Beeching, Charlie Pledger, Freddie Parsons, Giorgio Francescotti, and Ikide Ideologe. Their manager, Liam Saxton. Coach Dan Rose. The players in the huddle of Greater Manchester. First appearance in a national final at this level, but they're in strong scoring form. They got a bye, then an away walkover against Shropshire before 5-3 at Lancashire. Semi-final, they beat South Yorkshire 2-1. Essex, strong side themselves, lost last year's Under-14 final against Merseyside. Can they go one better here? They've conceded only twice. 5-1 at Norfolk, 2-1 against Hertfordshire, 2-0 at Berkshire. Semi-final, a 3-0 win at Surrey, impressive. Got a great history of Essex. Greater Manchester's captain, the number 8, Calum Moss of Dean's Trust Academy, Wigan. And Zachary van der Straten of Wanstead High School is the captain of Essex. It's a North versus South clash for the Under-14 trophy. The referee, Rhys Croughton, assisted by Louis Husk and Joshua Nixon running the lines. Robert Neal is the fourth official, and they're switching ends after the coin toss. But we'll get started very shortly. So it's Essex to get us started in their white and navy strip. Up against Greater Manchester, the prize, the Under-14 Boys County Cup. Referee Rhys writes something in his notebook, surveys the scene. Our second game of 3 on this final Sunday of a thrilling week at Stoke. We've seen some brilliant schools football. It's the turn of the boys now, and we're underway with Essex getting us started, hoping for glory and to go one better than last year when they finished runners-up. Immediately pressure applied on the Greater Manchester goal. Hit forward. An opportunity for Freddie Parsons of Boswell to pursue that one, but it's Ty Livesey, St Patrick's Roman Catholic Salford, and that's decent work by Jason Williams, the number 7 of Greater Manchester, to win his team a corner, and Caleb Moss, the captain, is going to go over and take it. Is it to be a cunning, curling corner from Caleb? Right wing, right boot in the pottery sunshine. Low trajectory on that one. Met at the near post by Livesey, and here it comes. Pinged in from open play and into the arms of Brian Igbo, the Essex keeper. I mean, it is schools football, so time for me to give you a bit of a history lesson. History of Essex County Schools Football Association. The ECSFA has its roots in determination and purpose of Robert Cook and Jazz T. Clark. Cook was the secretary between 1885 and 1908 at a meeting when Essex County FA was formed in 1882. Been a trophy in his honour when he passed away in 1908, and they've played for that. Behind the founding of the organisation after World War I, September 1922, with many dignitaries. Jazz T. Clark Cup. Now 5 inter-district competitions for the 7 individual schools competitions. Reds Winters Trophy, first of 3 girls tournaments, and it's gone from strength to strength since that. They've got a good pedigree of getting to finals and winning trophies. They want to continue that, but Manchester out to stop them, and it's with Christian Mbonza, who's got terrific talent, moving in from the left there and trying to float over a good cross. 3rd minute, 0-0, but it's Manchester who've settled into the game the better. Saw 5 goals, including a last-ditch, glorious, terrific, brilliant strike at the football to win the girls' game. Will we have an early goal in this one, I wonder? Good chip for Mbonza. Challenging away, there he goes down. Does Mbonza with Charlie Grace of Abs Cross Academy. Doing a good job on him there, the Essex number 6, because that wasn't easy against Mbonza. Didn't lunge in, wasn't reckless, bided his time and watched the ball go behind. And Igbo can take this clearance, but they compete in many competitions. They've won over 50 titles across the age groups of Essex since their opening success. Strong reputation. 28 finals. Under 16 boys actually have had the most success. Clean sweep in 2015. Under 14 boys shared the trophy in 2020 because of COVID. Under 18s also lost last year's final at Stoke. Here now is the little layoff, good from Essex. The shot is low and into the corner, and they've got the lead in just the 5th minute of the game. Stunning stuff. Arthur Jacks, the number 4, with an unforgettable moment. That is how to light the touch paper. That is how to break the deadlock. Low, true, unerring, superb. Great work in the build-up, the layoff, the quick feet, though, from Jacks, who belted it. Great build-up, mesmerising, just outside the penalty area. Absolutely no chance for Joe Kershaw in the Greater Manchester goal. It's Essex who strike first. They've got the noses in front, thanks to some pure genius from Arthur Jacks, their number 4. And now they want another one. Suddenly, they're at 6s and 7s, Greater Manchester, having started so positively. It was Charlie Pledger there coming forward. But yeah, that was really nicely done. And Jacks again with the little pivot. Yeah, I think the way he just manoeuvred the ball into space in a tight spot was just as impressive as the subsequent shot. And well, we just keep seeing high quality goals belying the youth of these players. It's unbelievable to think how young they are, given the constant quality they churn out. It's like a conveyor belt of Dear Diary moments. If indeed youngsters are keeping diaries nowadays. But that was, yeah, a thing of beauty. And here they come again with Freddie Parsons, the number 9, leading the line. Astonishing, astounding from Arthur, as Jolly Jacks puts Essex in the box seat. Jack Woodward talking you through the action. Great to have your company on ESFA live stream. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes this week at 24/7, all our directors, camera operators, everyone at ESFA. It really has been a team effort. We've seen some terrific football, and here they come again now. And Bonza, well, Manchester will be so disappointed to concede that goal because they'd had the better moments before that. It's all about putting the ball in the net, though. Here's Calum Hardy of Barlow, Roman Catholic, Manchester. And an effort from range is skewed high and wide and not particularly handsome, but worth trying the luck from there. You never know. You might just produce a bit of magic. But it's Arthur Jacks who dipped into his box of tricks. Waved his wand. Abracadabra was the magic word as the white rabbit popped out of the hat in stunning fashion. Here he is again, the goal scorer, Jacks. He's really in the mood. This time he's playing the pass for Ikede Adeloje, who got an assist for the goal, holding it up well. St Thomas More High School, Adeloje. Well, we mentioned the success they've had in recent years, and they're on course to continue that. Still a long way to go, though, with Moss finding the pass for Jason Williams. Checks back up against Van der Straten. And now Jacks. Here's the shot from outside the box. It's a good effort as well by Calum Moss, the captain, seizing the initiative, trying to haul his team back into the game. But Brian Igbo was the hero to keep it at 1-0. Very good low save from Brian, whose life was satisfying there in footballing terms. Brian's brave brilliance keeps Greater Manchester at bay. Very good save that to foil Calum Moss, who took the resulting corner. Here he goes again, Moss, pulling the strings for his team, leading by example. Really good captain's effort. You need your skipper to lead the team, especially when you concede early in a big schools final like this, and he's done that with the chance. Save there, and then the subsequent corner. Really high octane, high tempo, end-to-end start to this game. It bodes well for the remainder of the entertainment today. It's Mbonza. Well, whatever he had for breakfast, maybe a late breakfast, a brunch or a lunch, I want some of that, because he's got bags of ideas and energy, hasn't he? Well, Igbo has played his part with a vital stop to prevent Moss from levelling the scoreline. This is headed behind, the ever-willing Jacks, who adorned, decorated the early stages with his sublime goal. Twinkle toes, good footwork, and then he had the finish to match. Throw in now for George Jordan of Beauchamp. Beat chumps, maybe? You get the idea. Sliding challenge. Oh, he mistimed it right in front of the referee as well, that from Caelan Moss. There was no malice, he just mistimed it as he brought down Jacob Campbell of Southend High School. The boys looking to carry the ball away, lunging in, maximum commitment, but took ball and player. Free kick. It's a way out, isn't it? 40 yards, more or less. Maybe not quite that much, but it's still a long way, 35. 12th minute. Essex 1 up. They'd like the cushion of a second. And it's a goal-bound effort. Oh! An absolute screamer of a free kick. That is absolute class. No other word for it. Charlie Pledger, with power, with panache, with poise. The whole of Forest School will be proud of him, because it's a stunner from Charlie from long range. You won't see a better set piece than that at any level. I've seen a lot of senior football, Premier League, top class over the years. That was worthy of Shaqiri in his prime, playing in the Premier League here for Stoke, or Lampard, Gerrard, any of the guys who've graced this turf. That is Charlie Pledger. That is a joy to behold for the Essex faithful. What a goal. 2-0. They've got breathing space. Well, you did feel it was just about close enough for a shot. Here come Manchester in response. But 2-0 and two really good goals. One from open play just outside the box. One from, 35 yards from Pledger. Just dipped at the right moment, didn't it? Went in off the underside of the bar. They're always special, those type of goals. A perler from Pledger. And Essex started quite cautiously. It was they've really grown into it, and two memorable goals. Well, Caelan Moss will be frustrated. His team are 2 behind, especially when he had a good opportunity, driven in at 1-0 down. But excellent, exceptional, enterprising Essex with a healthy advantage here. Next goal is going to be vital in this game. Greater Manchester know they really need to get it, as Lucas Bradley plays it back for his keeper Kershaw, who was such was the quality and ferocity, accuracy of the two strikes we've seen so far from Jacks and from Pledger, that there was nothing he could do to keep them out. Well, it's been a day of, a week of great goals, but particularly today we've seen one game and nearly 15 minutes of the second. We've already seen 3 or 4 absolute worldies. Bangers, the youngsters are calling them. Sick. Football's been slick and quick. And here they come now. They might get one back here with Mbonza. Christian Mbonza challenged. Great tackle by Zachary van der Straten. The referee's blown his whistle for a follow-up challenge on the keeper. But how about that from the skipper of Essex, with Mbonza bearing down. Oh, it's a big... He just got a bit of the ball, didn't he? And then he put it into the net, did Mbonza, but referee's whistle had already been blown, and Igbo is in a little bit of distress here. We've seen a lot of action, haven't we, in the first quarter of an hour of this game. 35 each way. The boys having fun in the Stoke sun. Igbo is okay. He's picked himself up, dusted himself down. Moss for Okalola of St Ambrose Roman Catholic College, Trafford. Igbo of Harris Academy, Riverside, looks a very solid keeper. Bradley, Lucas Bradley of Wardle Academy, Rochdale, loses out, but now here they come. Tracking back was Cario Moray Maires, Ashton upon Mersey, Trafford. It was good play again by Freddie Parsons. 2 goals this season's competition, along with Adeloje and Fale. Charlie Pledger, fresh from his sensational long-range free kick. This time he's on dead ball duty again with a left wing corner and his right boot. Midway through the first half, it's been a fantasy first half for Essex. It might get a whole lot better. That could easily have been 3-0. Again, the chief conjurer was Charlie Pledger, who clipped it deliciously, tempting and teasing and tormenting. And the header was oh so close. I think it was Parsons on the end of it. Now it's with Jacks, who got them moving with the opening goal. Is a follow-up effort. He wants one from open play. Does the irrepressible Pledger, but he powers the shot well wide. By his standards, he was expecting better there. He shouted in frustration, exasperation into the early afternoon air there. A little bit of a couple of ricochets there. Pledger just snatched at it slightly, run the hands through the hair, but he can be generally very happy with how this half has gone, both for him personally and collectively for his team. It could be a case of the only way for Essex is the title. Oh, and he just stumbled a little bit there, did the goalkeeper, but he's able to gather it. Oh, good ball carrying here by Greater Manchester's Farhan Rosak of Co-op Academy, North Manchester. Moray Maires. Moss conducting the orchestra. Hardy now. Better this from the team in gold and black. Francis Scotti, Trinity Catholic High School, the number 10 for Essex. Now Akide Adeloje looks to use his pace, quality down that left side. Way by the Greater Manchester goalkeeper, might come back at him though. And that's going to balloon favourably. Well, they'll be thinking, can we just claw one back? Can we halve the deficit going into this one? That's going to be the hope for them, for Manchester, who actually began the game with a little bit of sparkle about them. They were buzzing around, they were confident, full of energy from the outset, but they've been pegged back by 2 brilliant goals from Essex, as it's not by beaching for Francis Scotti. Adeloje tries his luck, but it just spins through after a deflection. 21 on the clock, 35 each way. Under 14 boys County Cup final. Essex with the buffer of a second goal. And Beaching now for Francis Scotti. Beaching again, enjoying his day so far. Francis Scotti, harmless enough, but yeah, clearly Boyd encouraged by the 2 wonder goals. Make sure you go to Schools Football on X, all the different media channels. Great to have your company on our live stream as well. This is the second game of 3 on our final day of action for now. Of course, still lots of Schools Football to look forward to on ESFA TV's live streams in the coming weeks, as we mentioned earlier. And Bonza had a good game down the left. Man on is the cry for Zach Van Straten. Oh, keeper got into a bit of a pickle there, and it's helped by Parsons involved in the build-up. Francis Scotti, but no damage done. They can ill afford to concede a third. They're still in this final for sure. It's not an impossible job coming from 2 down. Especially with Moss, the heartbeat of the team, revving his engine. Moss, who's come the closest to scoring with a low turf trimming effort that tested Igbo. Held up by Adeloje. And again, looked to have his shirt so he's ridden 2 or 3 challenges there, and then he goes in late on Charlie Grace. That was just sheer irritation for the Manchester number 11, and Bonza, rather. Get my 11s mixed up. Been a lot of games over the last week or so, but Bonza clattered into Grace there, but great commitment, and he doesn't mind moving in from the left, does he? And Bonza to try and instigate, make something happen, always trying to influence the match, and there was definitely no malice there. It's been played in good spirits, the whole week's been in good spirits, and fingers crossed that after getting the help, Charlie Grace is going to be absolutely fine. As Essex get ready to make a substitution, deciding just to freshen things up with 10 minutes to go of this first half. Continued treatment for Charlie Grace. Is it going to be him that comes off? 4th official Robert Neal just fiddling with the board, making sure the numbers are correct. I've never actually operated one of those, but they're probably more complicated than they look. Is this? Yeah, is that fetch? I think 2 of them are coming off. But certainly the number 12 for Essex, Matthew Wiles of Brentwood School. So then, free kick. Is there, or is this? Yeah, it was for the foul on Bonza. Taylor Moss to take it. Proud captain. Big day for him. Moss spins it. Really good vision, intelligent use of the football there for Hardy, who got forward well. Moss in front of Parsons and the sub, Wiles. Essex now on the break. Good covering though, that's excellent work by Ty Livesey, who scored in the run to this final. 27th minute on the SFA TV Live. Living and breathing every moment, every kick, every tackle, every goal, every shot. Every bit of drama. Edge of the seat entertainment. Here comes the cross from Beeching. And now off goes Mbonza again. It's been tireless. Threatening. Looks so comfortable with the ball at his feet as well. And Mbonza, will he pull the trigger? He will! Good effort, but always going wide. I think Igbo probably had it covered, but he was looking up for an option, but he thought the best situation would be for him to have a go there. Made the diagonal run, was moving away from goal, decided to smash one across the face of Igbo. Couldn't find the corner. But it's been a good display from Mbonza so far. He's definitely been, along with his captain Moss, Manchester's standout performer, but there's been no goal for them. Nice footwork from Igbo in a potentially tricky situation with Manchester's Tolawani Okolola bearing down on him. Away by Bradley. Rozak, but good interception from Van der Straten. It's a classy defender. 7 minutes left of this first half. Onus is very much on Greater Manchester to try and get a foothold back in the contest. Van der Straten glides over in front of Jason Williams. Van der Straten, right, oh, that's quality defending from him. Pledger for Beeching. Great tracking back by Mbonza. Got the way out of a difficult spot there, did Greater Manchester, with some quick footwork. Good one-touch passing, very impressive. Playing their way out of trouble. They're forced to go back for keeper. Carrier More Mares. Pivots. Gets the better of Wiles. Good passing football this. Is there something at the end of it? Hardy still, the number 3, with some good work, but over goes Charlie Grace, who seems to be fine, having received the treatment. He's a really resilient, stubborn, obdurate defender, but he has conceded a corner. Calum Hardy got well there, and he has a spring in his step, does Calum Moss. The captain gets ready to ping in this corner kick. Just over 5 minutes left of the first half. Moss, good delivery, oh, and it missed everyone and was smashed away by Pledger. You can't keep him out of the action. Scorer of the long-range free kick. Wiles given away though. Moss should be there. Space on the left. Moss, oh, it's a lovely ball in. That was sumptuous. Delightful delivery, but it's headed over the bar. And Mbonza met it, just didn't get the connection he wanted, but cracking ball in. Couldn't match it with a headed finish, got the angles wrong. And Mbonza, who's got into some great positions, and I think they can feel themselves hard done by, really, Manchester, to be 2 down, given the way the game's gone. But Essex have had the 2 big moments, with the bit of trickery and low shot by Jacks, and then the long range remarkable free kick from Pledger. Quick substitution there. We do have a rolling sub scenario in these finals. So if you're replaced, doesn't mean your afternoon is over. Might come back on, but good to see Danny Sayward, the number 14 for Essex, get his chance. Scored twice in the run to the final of Helena Roman School. Can they get it back to 2-1 before the break? With Mbonza on the ball, anything's possible. Here he goes. Christian into the penalty area. Went for the low ball this time. Pledger tries to get it away, and it's through a ruck of bodies. Took a deflection. Could have gone anywhere. Calum Hardy has really got forward well in this match. Didn't get any luck. But they've kept knocking at the door. Just haven't had that ingenuity, that craft, or that clinical edge yet. Here's Jax with a low flighted ball. Mantata, St Peters for Mbonza of Co-op North Manchester. Mbonza, great effort from him. He's looked good, as has Moss. Here's the pass now for the Manchester number 6, Farhan Rozak. Moray Meres. Mantata for Hardy. Away by Van der Straten. Pledger. Last 2 minutes of an enthralling first half of football. It's been exhilarating on 2 occasions, particularly for Essex. Lovely footwork and a low drive from Arthur Jax, followed by a phenomenal long-range free kick that dipped at the perfect time by Charlie Pledger. It's given them the 2-0 lead. And Bonza's had a header for Manchester. Also, captain Calum Moss with a daisy cutter, which was saved well by Igbo. Funnily enough, Manchester have actually had the better of the game, but they're 2-0 down, as it's helped over to that far side. Good challenge by Jacob Campbell this time on Jason Williams. Was worked well. Okalola and Livesey. And having made the challenge, he's now in some anguish. So we're going to need the first aider back on. Been a few stoppages, so we will have some additional time at the end of the 35. We'll bring you the key moments if you've missed them. Well worth watching if you've not been viewing it live. The 2 goals and the highlights from this first half, and then we'll bring you the second in its entirety, as we're doing from all of these finals. Plenty to take in. Friends and family, schoolmates, followers, creating a nice ambience, pleasing atmosphere, and, well, the Essex faithful will certainly have enjoyed it, but Manchester have played some good stuff. They certainly haven't frozen in any way, as Manchester make a very late substitution at the end of this first half. But good encouragement from the sidelines, from the coaches. Of course, they've got a big role to play with the team 2-0 down, but they've kept pushing, haven't let the heads drop, and that's been an aspect of the whole week. Been so impressed with these youngsters, with the not only the excellence, but the attitude they've shown. Top marks. Corner kick. Stoppage time at the end of the first half. Manchester 2-0 down, but they've got Calum Hardy to swing this over. Rosak is on the edge of the box, and Bonza's a target, so too is Williams. Livesey's in there, forward from the back. Has come Moray Mahrez, he's met it at the near post. That was an awkward, swirling delivery for Igbo, but he's got something on it. And he'll be very pleased to achieve a shutout in the first half. He can do it. If he can do it in the second, Essex will be getting another trophy. Challenge from Francis Scotti on Williams. Just steeling themselves for a big push in the closing moments of this first half. Kalola holding it up for Moss. And Bonza. Seen so much of the boy, so hard to get off the ball. He's ridden 3 challenges, and Bonza. Then a great ball now for his captain. Moss knocks it, and then the shot lacks conviction. Really good from Bonza and Moss in the build-up there. Hardy yet again getting into a good area. But through for Igbo's been by far, he's been the busier keeper actually. Well, disappointed with the scoreline, but the performance levels have been good from Manchester. Essex, it's been the classic smash and grab really, with the 2 very good finishes from outside the box. One from a set play, one from open play. Deep inside the 3rd minute of stoppage time. Remember, we'll bring you the key moments, including the goals from the first half, at the end of this half, if you missed them. Moss for Hardy. And Bonza in the middle. There's going to be time for this corner, I think. Yep. Probably the final action of this opening half of football. High standard once again, which is what we've come to expect. Plenty of options in the box here, with the flag fluttering in the afternoon breeze. Calum Hardy, outswinger, away by Van der Straten. It'll come back to Hardy. Wants to get it on his favoured left boot, really. Did that come off Hardy? It did. Great work by Charlie Pledger. And they won't hurry to take this goal kick because they've got the scoreline in their favour, as they go in for a well-earned rest after a fine first half of football. The whistle is imminent, you feel. In fact, there it comes. Essex 2-0 up at the break. 2 wonder goals. The first, a cracker from Arthur Jacks, who manoeuvred the ball and rifled home. And then a long-range free kick of the highest quality from Charlie Pledger. 2 goals for Essex, but Greater Manchester played some really good stuff. They forced a good save from Igbo. Captain Moss and Bonza particularly threatening. It's not over yet, but Essex in the box seat. Greater Manchester 0, Essex 2 at the break. So Essex with it all to do in this second half of the ESFA Under-14 Boys County Cup final at Stoke. The first 35 minutes went very much the way of Essex. Two delightful goals from their point of view. Arthur Jacks jinking one way then the other, smashing home low, and then Charlie Pledger with an astonishing long-range free kick. But aside from the goals, you'd have to say Greater Manchester looked really good. They really did. And it's rough, but it's a cruel game sometimes, football. And that's the way, you know, you talk about the mentality and the mindset of these youngsters, and you have to think, well, don't be too frustrated or disappointed about the fact you didn't score. Look, focus on the fact that you created the chances. You might have had a lot of moments, so you're capable of pushing them back. You're capable of getting the goals. Just have to have that belief in the final third. Here's the player, Lucas Bradley. As for Essex, they were just clinical, ruthless when they had to be. As forward comes Williams, who's motored upfield with intent, with hope in his heart. Well, it would be some comeback if they are able to achieve it. Remember, we'll have our player of the match announced a little bit later on already. Plenty of contenders for that particular accolade. As we have a throw-in for the white shirts of Essex, doing their county proud, as is the case for the players of Greater Manchester. It's a good, composed authority figure, isn't he? Zach van der Straten, the captain, but he's having to watch an attack here, and it's once again, as happened regularly before the break, Christian Mbonza racing, pacing, galloping, trying to open up this defence, this stubborn, stingy rearguard of Essex. If they keep the sheet clean, they will achieve glory. They will be revelling and celebrating the pleasure and the pain, the emotion, the drama of schools football at Stoke City, the home of the Potters. Graft, craft, magic and mystery. 38 gone, 2-0 Essex. Still to come, our final game of what's been a rip-roaring week, full of entertainment. It's the under-14 girls. But the boys now with Mbonza, I mean, he has just been a real beacon of light for this Manchester team. Great application. It's been interesting tussles and subplots throughout the pitch. But Essex are quite happy just for the clock to keep on ticking. Still over half an hour of football left. But I think the second goal was so important for them. It's just given that element of, yeah, I wouldn't say they're in a comfort zone. Subconsciously, you almost can be when you've got two to the good. But it is a huge benefit for them psychologically, I would argue, as the number 22 has come on for Greater Manchester. And you know what? I have to be brutally honest, I haven't got a number 22 on my sheet, so we'll try and find out who that is. But maybe he can impact the game. Francescotti for Essex tries to get there. It's slotted forward. Here's a shot over the bar, and that sums up the day so far for Manchester. I think the flag was raised anyway, so it wouldn't have counted, but he wasn't to know that. Tolawani Okalola. Again, it's the driving room, it's the engine, it's the force of nature that is Caleb Moss, the captain, prompting and probing and asking the questions. But he just gone offside. Okalola. We might need the first aider. So we're going to have a little pause in play. Might be the captain, actually, and they don't want Zach van der Straten getting injured because he is a classy, cultured, quality defender who really does give them that confidence and belief that oozes through the team. So concern for the Essex bench. On we play. Soon, I would have thought. Plenty to ponder, to take in. Sunny and warm at the home of Stoke City. Game after game, goal after goal, story after story. This one is going the way of Essex, who've won multiple trophies in the past, in all the different age groups. Their under-14s are flourishing here. They're up against a really good team who just haven't been able to find a goal. They've done everything else. They've had the opportunities. They've had most of the territory and possession in the game. And Bonza gathers the ball. And we're going to have another change, I think. But Essex would have looked at it and said, well, don't concede in the first 5-10 minutes of the second half. They've pretty much managed that. And here's Pledger, who scored the second goal, playing the pass. And Saywood dancing up towards the byline. Thought he should have had a corner, and then he's expressing his disenchantment with that decision, is Danny. Caleb Moss hits it again from Bonza. Just lost his footing at the key moment. Allowed George to swing it away, and Bonza again. And Bonza gets the crossover. Well, there was a player who ended up, it was 2-2 at the time, but ended up on the losing team who won the player of the match in the last fixture, and it won't surprise you to think that Bonza's got to be in the reckoning for this one, even though his team trailed 2-0, as would be his captain, Moss. They've got a corner. Well, it would set up the remainder of the game deliciously if they were to score. I guess the neutral would think that, but Essex certainly wouldn't. They want to stay ahead, and here's their captain, Van der Straten, bringing the ball forward. He'll continue his run as well. Oh, that's divine from a defender. What a bit of play by Van der Straten. Drag back, and he carries on pushing forward. Well, if you're having a moment of the game, that might have just been it, as he bamboozled his marker. Manchester still maintaining their positivity. Jason Williams, this is a good attack, shoved to the turf by the combative Charlie Grace. But great position for a free kick now for Manchester. 9 minutes gone of this second half. Hands on hips. Caleb Moss. Is he going to conjure something here with his right? Could it be the left of his teammate, Hardy? It is going to be Moss. Wafts it over. No one to the back post. Seemed to be a lovely ball. Curled cunningly, adroitly. And, well, it's just flown away. And they have changed their keeper. Henry Neighbour, the number 18. Has come on for Igbo as Manchester make a couple of switches, bringing on Lewis John Charles, one of them, and he's the number 14, and the 17 is on as well. So they've elected to pep things up, fresh legs, fresh ideas, fresh possibilities for Manchester. Throw in. And should be cleared and is by Neighbour. Good clearance. Moss, who's very much the boss of this team with his captain's armband, and he's definitely dictating the tempo of a lot of the game. But it's about sticking the ball in that net, and Essex have done it twice, and there were two wonder strikes, really. That's the difference. Manchester have definitely had the better of the contest, either side of the break. There's a yellow card there. He didn't go... I think it's for the player who didn't get the 10 yards with the free kick. So, yeah, it's Danny Saywood, I think, who's been booked there. And that enables Moss to bring it forward a few more yards. Cavalry sent forward. Moss is quite capable of picking out a teammate here. Coming up to the 47-minute mark. Drives that with a fairly low flight, but that header never going to trouble the new keeper. Igbo made a big save, actually, with probably the best chance for Moss in the first half. Now he's got a watching brief. Sure would be a good friend of Neighbour. See what I did there? Now, you feel if Manchester could somehow get a goal, it would make things very interesting, wouldn't it? And suddenly the balance of power changes then, doesn't it? But it's all ifs and buts. Essex will be thinking, well, let's keep soaking up the pressure and try and get one on the break. Good defending as they look to go again with Bradley riding the challenges. Great work, Lucas Bradley. It's opening up, but then he hit it too heavily. And again, that epitomises the afternoon so far for his team. They've got into that final third in some brilliant areas. They've got into those corridors of uncertainty, the pockets of space, the channels, but it's that final ball has been lacking. That was a great run by Bradley. So I think almost to use a golfing analogy, if there are any golf fans out there, they've been good from tee to green, but they just haven't held the putts. They haven't been able to get it in the hole, or to use a football term, in the net. They've been brilliant in the build-up. Here he goes, Moss now, and the shot is into the net, and they got one back. No, the flag is raised and the whistle blown. I think there was an offside there, maybe a foul. Moss sprinted forward, Okalola belted it high into the roof of the net, and then shouted in disappointment. Good captaincy there from Moss to say, don't get too down about it. Tolowani will go again, but that one chalked off, and it's just been the nearly story, what might have been. They're huffing, they're puffing, they're going for everything, and no luck so far either. But Essex will say, well, you make your own luck, as Freddie Parsons comes back on, having had a rest. Utilise this rolling sub scenario. Alfie Beeching departs, and Jonathan Fale of Brentwood comes onto the pitch. this to be clattered clear by Neighbour. Sitting on a 2-0 advantage. Both goals in the first half. Live on ESFA TV, our live stream. You can go to Schools Football, the handle for all the latest behind the scenes, at the scene. Needs to be seen. The best social media coverage, and of course all of our live action. The home of Schools Football. Moss. He doesn't deserve to be on the losing team, does he? And he might not be with play like that. And this should count. No, it's over the bar. Golden chance. Well, he just had an effort disallowed. This time, no flag, no whistle. But Tolawani Okolola unable to keep that one down. Again, Moss prompting and probing and instigating and pushing his team forward. And, well, they surely won't get a better chance than that. Just lifted his head, lifted the ball over the bar, and time starting to run low. Can they keep carving out the openings? They can, as the keeper comes out. That's really good goalkeeping to foil Okolola, who got that, but so too did Neighbour, who's been very busy in this second half, the sub-keeper. Bradley. Essex on the back foot. I don't think that, it's not a deliberate ploy from them just to lock up shop and sit back. I think it's down to the urgency, the honesty and the focus of Manchester. This has been probably the best performance we've seen from any team in a final who are trailing. But it's not to say they're going to lose it. If they keep playing like this, surely they'll get a goal. But I think Essex are hoping just to get one on the breakaway, and 3-0, that would do it. And Bonza, again, loves to move in with the ball at his feet from the left. Now, on the chase is the Essex number 9. Parsons couldn't lead to a third goal, though, offside against Mbonza. And we've passed the midway point of this second half of 35 on ESFA TV Live from Stoke. It's the final boys' match of this extravaganza, this festival of football, and it's going the way of Essex currently. Oh, they might be in here. No, whistle blown. Well, that would be really rough on Manchester if Essex were to get a third. Oh, in fact, it's given the way of Essex that there'd been an infringement by the Manchester player, and Francescotti has the ball at his feet. No golden moment for the team in the gold shirts. It's been all white for Essex with their white tops. And they're gonna, is he gonna try his luck again here? They're making the changes with their 2-goal cushion. Had to do a lot of defending, but when they have attacked, they've done it stunningly. And Francescotti's over this one. Can he do Charlie Pledger? Pledger was even further out, actually, at the other end in the first half. I think he is going to hit it, the number 10. He is! Oh, I thought it was going to be another thunderbolt of a free kick. Well, we had a blockbuster from Pledger in the first half, and Francescotti hoping to do the same, but it was well claimed by the number 13 of Greater Manchester was rising. Really good ferocity, velocity and power on that shot. Love to know the MPH of it. But nonetheless, they'll be happy with the 2-goal lead without a shadow of a doubt. Now, Manchester and Bonza, but in goes George. Farhan Rozak, followed by Pledger, one of the scoring heroes. And what a time to do it in a big final. I'd have dreamt about that moment. So satisfying and annoying for the opponent, but that's the way it goes. For every moment of joy in a football match, there's a moment of despair on the other side of the coin. Fluctuating fortunes of the beautiful game, which can seem ugly if it doesn't go your way. Here's, well, we haven't mentioned him too much actually since his early goal, have we, Arthur Jacks, but seized his moment when it came. Parsons. Oh, that's good holding up at the ball there from Parsons. Still over 13 minutes of playing time for Greater Manchester to find a couple of goals. And Bonza, quick, sharp, powerful, but he just runs into difficulty. And that's the stylish Zachary van der Straten who went over, hoping to get his hands on the trophy, the Essex skipper, and he's only, what, quarter of an hour or so from doing so with the stoppage time as well. Make sure you stay tuned for all the presentations and the Player of the Match award. And this is going to be just shepherded back to the keeper, but Parsons sowing the seeds of doubt, making a nuisance of himself. Here's Lucas Bradley, he's got forward well in the game. Quick feet of Moss. Moss in the centre now, surely, and Bonza wide. No, they haven't brought the shooting boots, have they? Greater Manchester, the build-up, the link-up, the creation has been terrific, but no finish at the end of it. Moss with the pass for Bonza. They've been the two who've dovetailed. The communication level's good. Is it going to be one of those days? They can still be really proud of the way they've flown the flag, the way they've looked comfortable in the surroundings. Yes, they haven't scored, but all of these teams are doing all of their schools proud, and that's the idea. Essex, Teddy Barnes of Shanfield School. Welcome, Teddy. Could Teddy produce a moment worthy of his namesake, John? He might not remember him playing. Well, he wouldn't do, would he? But he could put in a challenge there. Show my age there. Here's Moss trying to get his way through. Got a few Barneses play, various levels in the pro game. Now, Essex looking to put this one to bed. Good running, keeper comes out and it's helped in. It's number 3, it's game over. Freddie Parsons in the right place at the right time after brilliant work from the substitute. Parsons, the poacher, said thank you very much. And Essex are closing in on the trophy now. They're going to be the under-14 Boys County Cup champions for 2025. That is really tough on Manchester, who've attacked so consistently and persistently. They haven't found the golden moment. it's Essex who've been clinical in this game. The first half efforts from Jacks and from Pledger, and now Freddie Parsons get in on the scoring act. Manchester 0, Essex 3. And that's cruel. That's really cruel on Greater Manchester, but it just shows you've got to put the chances away. And Parsons, after great work from his teammate Jonathan Fallay, with splendid play, the number 17 there, inside right channel, got away, squared it, and Parsons was there from just a couple of yards out. As Lonergan comes on, Cian Lonergan from St Thomas More, Roman Catholic, same side, but you don't always get what you deserve. They haven't let their heads drop at any point, which is admirable from Manchester, but no clinical finishing touch. Whistle blown by the ref, who's done well. Rhys Croughton with his assistants Louis Husk and Josh Nixon are running the line, and fourth official Robert Neal. 9 minutes away from celebration. That's definitely eased any nerves. Don't think there's going to be any bums squeaking in the seats from an Essex point of view. They are. But I mean, it would be some clean sheet if they achieve it, given how Manchester have attacked. They want a fourth here. That really would put a gloss on the scoreline. Fallay with another ball in, having got an assist for the Parsons goal. And Bonza, he'll keep running. Grace goes over, and Bonza into the penalty area. Tried to cut it back for Okalola. It's collected by neighbour, Greenswood Academy. Not too much doubt about the outcome, barring something absolutely miraculous from Greater Manchester. But it would be out of keeping with the rest of the game, because although they have consistently got forward into good areas, they haven't really looked like scoring. They've just had that lack of conviction when it's really mattered. But they'll have other games when they create probably half the chances and win. That's just how football can go sometimes. They'll learn that. Sub for Manchester. Hello, Oliver McAdam. So he comes on for Farhan Rozak. Upfield by Van der Straten, who's controlled things really at the back. Fallay. Good work by Cian Lonergan. As we drift towards the closing stages of another top game of schools football. Riveting. Absorbing. Intriguing drama. Essex with 2 goals in the first half, 1 in the second. Amid all that, Manchester have had some great opportunities throughout. So it's hugely irritating for them. Have to be philosophical about it, but it still doesn't detract from the fact they will be disappointed they haven't gobbled up one of the chances they've sculpted, they've fashioned, they've manoeuvred, they've engineered, especially with this boy on the ball, Moss. That save from Igbo, the first half keeper, was big, wasn't it, to foil Moss with a low shot. I think it was 1-0 at that point. Away by Van der Straten. Oh, and here they come again. It's been quite the cameo from Jonathan Fallay, hasn't it? He's got Parsons in the middle. He might put him in again here. Good defending. Great tracking back there to get in front of Parsons, because they were looking to get another one on the breakaway. But, yeah, Zachary is my player of the match. Van der Straeten, the captain, because they've had so many attacks to deal with. He's really organised them well. They've conceded a free kick here, but great stuff from Zachary in his defence, because, yes, there's been some wasteful finishing, but they've also managed to get the challenge in when they've needed to. They are going to have to try and defend a free kick here. And it will be Manchester's captain Moss. But it's over the bar. Would have gone over 2 goals. He has been full of quality. He's created chances as Moss, as well as having a few. That wasn't his best moment, but we'll forgive him that, given his overall display. Just got that one slightly wrong. But should be good enough for Essex. They'll be absolutely delighted with how this one's panned out. Parsons wants another one. Linesman's flag is raised as they chase the game. But certainly no penalty shootout here. We thought the first game might be heading for one, but then there was a brilliant winner scored towards the end of that. But this is going to be Essex's trophy. And then we'll see how the final game pans out. But applause for the players being withdrawn as George goes off with Jacob Campbell returning. He'll be on the pitch when they celebrate the win. Southend High School for boys. He represents 2.5 minutes plus stoppage time. Well, I mean, Essex would, but we wouldn't begrudge Manchester a goal. Don't think it would lead to anything, but they've constantly been searching for one. Challenge comes in there on scorer of the third. Just put the cap on it, really. As we'll, at full time, we'll bring you the goals, key moments before the presentations. Really worth watching them as well. Arthur Jacks with a great bit of work, manoeuvred the ball, got it from under his feet and rolled it low into the net. Then a long-range howitzer of a free kick. Remarkable power and precision as it went in off the underside of the bar from Charlie Pledger, who certainly was a contender for player of the match, as were Manchester captain Caelan Moss and Christian Mbonza. And then the third goal in the second half, great play by the sub, Jonathan Fallay. As it was put in by Freddie Parsons. But 3-0 isn't really a reflection of how the game's gone, but Essex won't care about that because Manchester have had shots over the bar, a couple of good saves from the keepers, but it's just they just haven't been. The only thing that they've lacked and that they'll think that hasn't been up to standard has been the finishing, and you do get matches like that. Just 30 seconds plus stoppage time. It would only be a consolation if they were to finally break down this stubborn rearguard. Oh, good feet. That's great stuff from Francescotti. Fellow would deserve a goal because he has put them onto the back foot. He's clipped, and it's a penalty for Essex right at the end. And they're going to have the chance to get a fourth. Fellow with trickery, with smart footwork, and I think he'll want to take the corner having won it. Yes, he will. And yeah, he really has. He's been the perfect player to be up there with his pace, with his persistence, with his constant probing. And the lunge came in, and it was the two number 17s. And it was the Essex one. I know he's not going to take it. That's interesting. Well, I suppose they will have a designated taker, and that is Charlie Pledger. Well, this would be a fitting finale for Essex. He scored from much further out with a free kick, probably 3 times the distance in the first half. In stoppage time at the end of the second, from 12 yards, he rolls it in, passed it into the net. That's top quality from Charlie Pledger. 2 goals for him, both from set-piece scenarios, 4 for Essex, and they're winning this trophy comfortably in the end. They've been tested by Manchester, but they've been ruthless and clinical in the finish. Pledger with 2, Essex with 4. They are going to be the champions. 2 goals in each half for some symmetry, and they've won it by some distance here. Well, when they watch this back, Manchester, they're going to think, how on earth have we lost this game 4-0? They really are. But that has been the tale of the tape, the finishing prowess of Essex and the lack of ruthlessness of Manchester. But it's really, really rough on them. They've not been outplayed by any means. Remember to stay tuned for the presentation. Glee for Essex, disappointment for Manchester, but both have had memorable times in the run to the final and will come again. Forward now by Parsons, trying to play in Akide Adeloje. 3rd minute of stoppage time. Surely the final whistle is imminent here. Final game to take place on the 3:30 kickoff. Under 13 girls, Brighton and Knowsley St Helens. Adeloje tackled well. I mean, a lot of these games, however they've gone generally for either team, we've always seen at least 1 or 2 fabulous quality goals. Not many scrappy affairs, have there? Which is down to the aptitudes of the teams involved. 4th minute of added time. Throw-in comes in. It might be another one. Good defending this time. Looking to keep the scoreline respectable. He's kept going as Moss. Out comes the keeper. Did really well there. A long way out of his penalty area. Free kick. I think we thought it might be the final whistle. Not sure where they got the injury time from. And really, I think everyone's ready for the whistle to go here because Essex quite satisfied with the 4. Manchester know it isn't going to be their day. Sunshine blazing down into the 5th minute of stoppage time. Good work by Francescotti. There is the final whistle. Job done for Essex. 2 goals in each half. Arthur Jacks with a beauty before the break. Ditto the long-range free kick of Charlie Pledger, who scored from the penalty spot after Freddie Parsons had made it 3-0. Really tough on Greater Manchester. They had so many chances, just couldn't take anything of them, and that was the difference in the end as they lose by 4 goals to 0. Essex are the under-14 boys County Cup champions. the player of the match, the captain, Zachary van der Straten. Thanks to our officials who've received their awards. Excellent refereeing. And now the runners-up, no losers, just kids who've given their absolute all and done their schools proud. Greater Manchester probably can't believe the scoreline. It was never a 4-0. I mean, it looks like they've been beaten comfortably, which, yes, okay, in the scoreline they have, but they had most of the play in the game. Kept attacking, kept pushing, didn't let their heads drop. Really good to see, even though they couldn't get the goal and it wasn't their day. He did well, didn't he? And Bonza, with no, just not quite the end product. And they fall just short, having had a really good achievement in hitting 5 at Lancashire and then edging past South Yorkshire in the semi-final. Our penultimate game and our final boys match of this jamboree at Stoke. They've played with real honesty, excellence at times, and they served up another really enjoyable game. Thanks to everyone at the ESFA for not only presenting these awards, also for helping stage this wonderful competition. And now for the winners, Essex, cheered on by their schoolmates, their friends and family. A real team effort, 2 goals in each half, very good quality goals as well. And they kept a clean sheet. Brian Igbo, the keeper, made a really good save from the Greater Manchester captain, Caleb Moss, before the break. He played the first half, could be replaced at the interval. But yeah, every one of them deserve their winner's medal. What an accolade. Something to cherish. And they'll have the team photo and celebration to come imminently. There he is, the scorer of the first. Lovely goal as well from Arthur Jacks. The captain, player of the match, Zach van der Straten. Remember the name. But there were plenty of contenders, to be honest. Charlie Grace gave a good display alongside him. Charlie Pledger, he may never score a better free kick than that in his life. I hope he does, but it'll take some doing. And Freddie Parsons also got himself a goal, the third, before Pledger rounded it off from the penalty spot. And there's Georgie Francescotti. Akide Adeloje. And the rest of the Essex players. Sub-keeper helped achieve a shutout. And don't worry, lads, there's plenty of medals to go round. It's a true squad effort. This is it then, this is the moment for Essex. They've worked for this, they've grafted away, they've shown the quality when it really mattered. the player of the match, the captain, Zachary van der Straten, lifts the trophy, goes over to his teammates. It's celebration time for Essex. They've done it. They're the under-14 boys county cup champions. A sunny, successful day in Stoke for them. Congratulations. What a wonderful journey it has been. A brilliant week of football at Stoke comes to a conclusion with a mouth-watering final. The under 13 Girls District Champions Cup. Brighton taking on Knowsley St Helens. They've done so well to get to this final. They've been patient. They've had to wait and watch some terrific football played by everyone else, and now they have their chance. The sun is shining, a refreshing breeze, perfect playing conditions. It is an occasion to savour and to enjoy. Brighton, here's the lineup. Buddle, Holdworth, O'Donnell in goal. The outfield players: Tilly Daniel, Violet Rodnina, Timea Soroka, Grace Tay, the captain, Daisy Dawson, Charlie Beach, LB Cox, Lara Green, Gabriella Roberts and Yasmin House. The team manager Tim Herbert, coaches Steve Beach and Dave Cox. As for their opponents, Knowsley St Helens, both teams in the huddle. Abigail Hogan in goal. Their outfield players: Emma Mason, Megan Kay, Leah Hurst, Eva Reeves, Felicity Mitchell, Phoebe Haig, the captain, Olivia Hagan, Ella Wormleyton, Ellie Green and Georgie Clough. The manager Ian Latter, coach Josh Jones, first aider Kirsty Rigby. Well, the players in the huddle, black and white stripes for Knowsley St Helens. They won the plate final at Six Ways Stadium last season, and this term in this competition they have been banging the goals in for fun. 6-0 at Wolverhampton, 6-3 against Liverpool, a 2-2 draw at Sheffield, 3-1. They'd lost to Barnsley in the group phase, beat Wirral 2-1, and they had a couple of belting quarter-finals and semi-finals. Could have gone either way, actually, as they posed for the pictures. Knowsley, 2-2 at Hindburn and Ribble Valley. They were 2-0 down with 10 to go, then 3-3 after extra time. They were 3-1 up in the penalty shootout, pegged back to 3-3 and ended up winning 4-3 on penalties. Brilliant. Coin toss from the two captains. Knowsley's Phoebe Haig, and for Brighton, Grace Tay, the number 19, an inspirational leader. Referee Rhys Cowton, assisted by Louis Huss, Josh Nixon, fourth official Robert Neal. Brighton then to get us started, their number 9 from King's School, Gabriella Roberts. No strangers to the big stage. Brighton reached the under-12s final last season. This is the under-13 Champions Cup final. 35 minutes each way. They won their first 2 games in this season's competition by 11-0 against Slough. Then it hit 11 in the next round, conceding 1. So they have got goals in them, both of these teams. Brighton went on to beat Swansea 4-2. Bit closer, that one. And then quarter-final, 6-0 against Lewisham. And semi-final, 4-1 at Swansea. Here come Knowsley St Helens on the charge immediately. We had 5 goals in the first game of the day. That was a girls' game that finished 3-2. 4 in the next one. Is the theme going to continue here? Will we get 3 in this one as it's played by the number 9, Gabriella Roberts, trying to pick out Yasmin House. Really good goalkeeping, though, by Abigail Hogan of Knowsley St Helens. Rapid that from Brighton in the first minute of the game, showing their intentions. Gabriella sprinting forward, squared it for Blatchington Mills. Yasmin House would have brought the house down with a goal for Brighton, couldn't quite do so, as this one shepherded back by Knowsley's Ellie Green of Hope Academy for Abigail Hogan, who's been busy already in her bright goalkeeping outfit. Brighton and Hove District Schools FA, BHDSFA, one of the oldest district football associations in the country, dating back to the 1890s, as they defend this one well. 21-22, the under-13 boys won the PlayStation Schools Cup. Looking forward to that one this year. at West Brom. Other ages have got to quarter-finals and semi-finals for Brighton. This season reached 3 SFA finals, under-12 girls, under-13 girls here and under-14 boys in the play. They've got a real list of former players, BHD SFA. Russell Martin on the boys' side, Wickham and Norwich. Of course, managed Southampton, getting them into the Premier League. It is the Russell Martin Academy as well. This is hit away, 3rd minute, 0-0. Other famous faces who've come through the ranks of Brighton. John Shepherd Mill, played for Brighton and Gillingham, Millwall. John Shepherd. Peter Allen for Leyton Orient and Millwall. Recently, Tom Riopenda from the Dorothy Stringer School from Huddersfield. Finn Stevens from Patcham and plays for St Paulie's. Hayden Roberts from Hove Park, Bristol City, and James Daly from Dorothy Stringer to Harrogate. Naomi Cole from Patcham, played for Chelsea Women. Several players at academies of Brighton, Charlton, Wimbledon. So it really is good. Great conveyor belt, great role models and opportunities for these youngsters to maybe follow in their footsteps, which is fabulous. Knowsley St Helens about to take this one. Girls Club formed in 2019. In 2022, the under-14s became champions, beating Swansea 1-0 at Stoke. The under-15s champions in 2023 beat Wirral 3-0 here. And 2 of the under-15 winners now at WSL under-21 teams, by the way. Jessica Lightfoot, remember seeing her in our coverage of the last few years. I looked at her and thought she'd do well. Plays for Everton under-21s on the bench against Liverpool WSL League Cup. Betsy Salihi for Liverpool under-21s. Emily Wayne at Blackburn, seniors in the Championship. 2024 under-12 Champions Cup plate, beat Barnsley 1-0. So is this the turn? All the other age groups have done well at girls level. Is this year the turn of the under-13s for Knowsley St Helens? They hope so. They've coped with an early scare. That good bit of combination play by Roberts, setting up House, but made herself large, did Abigail Hogan, to resist. Really good work from Abigail, the keeper of Cowley International. Here's a throw-in for the black and white stripes, proudly representing their region and their schools. It's Eva Reeves trying to get there, of Rainford High. Also Georgie Clough of the same school. Know each other well. Oh, just lost the ball there. Did Megan Kay, helped out by Wormleyton. Good hassling, really good intensity from the forward players of Brighton already. Yasmin House, who's come the closest to scoring in the first 5 minutes of this game. And it's Knowsley on the charge. I think we're going to get a good final match. Will it go the distance? As seen 2 different types of matches today. A 3-2 with a last-ditch winner. 4-0, but great goals. As Megan Kay from De La Salle St Helens. Good play by Violet Rodnina, who joined this season. Brighton would prefer more attacking role, but slotted in well in defence, Violet. Actually broke her collarbone whilst skiing in December. Are we going to see any slaloming runs from her? Ball clipped over the top, offside, and hit it over the bar anyway, did Gabriella Roberts. It's been very bright, hasn't it? As bright and breezy as the weather. Gabriella, so far for Brighton. It's been a promising first portion of this game. Away by Abigail Hogan, much the busier keeper so far. And Ellie Green of Hope Academy runs it into touch. Referee blows his whistle, just getting over that halfway line. Jack Woodward talking you through the action. Go to the handle Schools Football on X, formerly Twitter, and all the different channels, Instagram, Facebook, the website, the ESFA TV live streams of all the games. We're nearly there. You can see the finishing line. Just want this final game to live up to its billing, as I'm sure it will. Guaranteed drama with penalties if it's level at the end of the game. Roberts trying to ping it forward for House. Header won by Dawson, Blatchington Mill, Georgie Clough and Wormleyton, using the help of Ellie Green, both players of Hope Academy, well represented. Green with the throw-in. Yasmin for Rodnina. Yasmin House again. Should be cleared and is. Up to Felicity Mitchell. But now it's Brighton's number 9. Gabriella Roberts really in the mood to deliver the goods here. With Lara Green just behind, and now LB Cox pursuing this one for the blue and whites against the black and whites. Clough. Got a famous football name for certain. But she's got some tricks. Oh, what an angle on the pass as well from Georgie Clough. And over goes Timea Soroka of Dorothy Stringer School, the Brighton number 2. Clough. Excellent passage of play for her. Will it break favourably? And the shot comes in! And it's into the back of the net. And it's Knowsley St Helens who have the lead. And that is a really good strike of the football as well. Terrific hit. And the team in black and white stripes have seized the initiative. It's a sensational strike. Gets better and better every time you look at it. From Knowsley St Helens' number 10, Phoebe Haig, the captain, the inspiration. Fantastic, fabulous from Phoebe. De La Salle's finest of St Helens, and she's delivered on the big stage. She waited, she struck gold. Brilliant, powerful, decisive. Phoebe leading by example, and it's Knowsley St Helens who have their noses in front. And just what you want from your captain, sweet as a nut. What a connection. And Brighton had started the brighter, to be honest, as they make an early change. Molly Curtis for Daisy Dawson. Molly Curtis of Long Hill High comes on. So it's Molly for Daisy, who's got a bit of a knock actually. Hopefully nothing serious. She's having to hobble off, but may have got that knock amid the goal. But we're going to have the restart. A perfect 10. Phoebe gives them an early fillet. Captain's effort from Haig, the hot shot. And that will be irritating for Brighton, but they've already shown with the likes of Roberts and House posing questions that they can do some damage potentially. Green with the pass, prodded forward now for Roberts again. She'll try her luck, and a really powerful drive there. Keeper possibly had it covered, Abigail Hogan, but worth the effort. Perhaps trying to take Hogan by surprise there. Roberts, who's worked hard, run into the channels, but unable to force the save from the keeper. 12th minute, 1-0 for Knowsley, St Helens. Captain Phoebe Haig driving emphatically in as Georgie Clough competes. Rodnina looking to link up with Yasmin House, and she'll leave the throw in for the number 19, Grace Tay. Good forward by Tay for LB Cox, who couldn't quite get there. And Tay has been skipper for 2 seasons now, 3rd consecutive final. She got a goal of the season contender in the league into the top corner. Actually, in the semi-final, she's got 3 assists, and they're all long throws. So that's going to be a weapon, if and when they have the opportunity to use it. But Grace is a proud captain, and really nice that her Welsh grandparents got to see her play in the matches at Carmarthenshire and Swansea earlier in the competition. They actually beat Carmarthenshire 11-1, so they had plenty of goals to enjoy, her grandparents, and semi-final win 4-1 at Swansea, having played them in the league phase as well. So Grace wants to lead her team back to a response here, having conceded to the player on the ball now, Phoebe Haig. Uses Mitchell, spins behind. It will be a, well, is it a corner? It is indeed, yeah. Good persistence. Approaching the quarter hour, 2 halves of 35 minutes. Mitchell. In fact, she's going to leave this one for her captain, is she? No. It's not going to be. It's actually going to be Georgie Clough. Right wing, right boot, low flight, and is confidently, competently cleared. Good control, Brighton on the break. But good work by Olivia Hagan of Howard Academy to stop Yasmin House in her tracks. Had a glimpse of goal, did Yasmin, in the very first minute of the game after great work by her teammate Gabriella Roberts up front, but they weren't able to make the most of a really fast start. Racing out the blocks. They might get a goal here, though. It's broken favourably. Great save. Gabriella Roberts in a dangerous area there, through the middle. Golden chance, but Abigail Hogan's done really well. That's a second impressive save of the first quarter of an hour here, either side of her team's goal. So big performance from her so far. But it's been a good, high quality week right from the start. I remember doing the very first game, that was a girls' match. Ivy Farrow danced through with a sublime individual goal. That was right at the start of the very first game, and right to the last, we're impressed with what we've seen. And we've had a very good goal already in this one from Phoebe Haig, the Knowsley St Helens captain. As Timea Soroka shepherds that back for Bodley Holdworth O'Donnell. Van Deen High, the keeper. LB Cox. And a throw in for Brighton. Soroka will go over to take it. Header flicked on. And out of play by Tilly Daniel. Right back. Joined this season. Done brilliantly. I'm told she's the player who wears the most jewellery away from football. She looks like a gem of a player to me. but it's Knowsley St Helens who have the lead. Phoebe Haig striking gold. Just edging towards the midway point of this first half. Brighton looking for a route back in front of the technical area. They're going to make a change. Actually, I think it's a goalkeeping change. Yep. Not sure whether that's because of a knock or whether that was always the policy. But change made. On comes Mabel Clark, goalkeeper. Only started playing in goal when teammates didn't want to play that at a younger age, and she saved a penalty and then fell in love with the position. She's benefited from the Russell Martin Football Academy as Mabel, coached by Joel Lynch among others. From Brighton Aldridge Community Academy, she saw Bodley Holworth O'Donnell beaten once. Nothing she could do about the effort from Phoebe Haig. And the other bit of trivia about Mabel is the fact apparently she loves sheep, which is you know, all the best background information. Occasionally when they're playing in the field she gets distracted by them, but I don't think there are any around near the Stoke City stadium. Now, although Knowsley do wear black and white. Here's Georgie Clough on a mazy little dribble. 19th minute. 1-0 they lead. I suppose with Mabel liking sheep, maybe she'll tip one onto the bar. I wasn't going to do the sound. Here's the ball. That would have been too obvious. Anyway, more dad jokes to come next year. Here's LB Cox for Brighton. Great to have you company. With Gabriella Roberts being opposed by Ella Wormleyton. And just mopping up is Ellie Green. Oh, it's played in. Well, tried to do something out of the ordinary there, did Lara Green. Other options on the bench for Brighton. They brought on sub-keeper Mabel Clark, but Horgan has been the busier keeper in the Knowsley St Helens goal. Yes, her team are 1-0 up, but she's made two very important stops. Now it's with Hurst. Could there be something to test Clark here? No. 20 gone. 1-0 to Knowsley St Helens in this ESFA Girls Under-13 District Cup final. The last final of what has been an epic week. Back underway with good play again by Georgie, trying to feed Haig, who'd love another goal. But good stuff from Mabel. Wearing the cap, just getting to grips with the surroundings, having come onto the pitch. Tilly Daniel carrying the ball forward there. Yeah, they've got still plenty of players they could call on, the likes of Juliet Wardrope of Lancing Prep. Ball in from the right by LB Cox, and it's a good ball, shot on the volley. Will it spin in? It will! They're level. Yasmin House with the finish. Abigail Hogan's made good saves in the game. I thought she'd made another, but it span over the line. It was the top spin that was put on the ball by the number 10. And Yasmin House, who was denied by Hogan in the very first minute of the game, this time she hits it with sufficient power. It bounced just in front of Abigail Hogan, and frustratingly, agonisingly, exasperatingly, it spins over the line, but joyously, delightfully for Brighton. They'll feel they deserve that. They've had good chances in the game, and Yasmin House, the sharp shooter, she hit, I think it was the power she hit the ball with. Good ball in, knocked it, just bounced in front of the keeper, who wasn't able to prevent it from going over the line. One apiece. House, the goal scorer, towards LB Cox, who got the assist. Great stuff from her. She had a really good game, the number 7. A goal each. Still plenty of potential for more before the break, with Grace Tay, the captain, to launch in this long throw. She had real success in the semis with it, and maybe success in the finals. It breaks now. Good save, squeezed over and in. It's a second goal in quick succession. Yasmin House at the double. Gabriella Roberts with the ball across. She gets the assist. And how about that throw-in from Grace Tay, the captain? She did all sorts of damage in the semi-final with 3 assists from throws in the last 4. And that sowed the seeds of doubt again. Roberts was sharp, and so too was Yasmin House. What a turnaround here. It's brilliant from Yasmin. It's brilliant from Brighton. Great work there. The first cross was clawed away by Hogan. The second from Roberts found House, and it's 2-1 for Brighton. What a first half. Well, she got in between the 2 defenders, didn't she? Which was very impressive indeed. Well, she's been the star of the show. Phoebe Haig it was, with a crisp, decisive, convincing drive to make it 1-0. But now she wants a hat-trick. Well, this would be some hat-trick, one of the quickest we've ever seen in the schools final, but it is an effort on target, but that's collected easily. But yeah, they have got good options on the bench. We mentioned Juliet Wardrope, who played in the 2023 final but broke her leg, so couldn't feature in 2024. Told Juliet, who's on the bench, is the joker in the pack. Pulls silly faces at the photo shoot, so maybe she'll do that if they win, and laughs at the manager's jokes, which is probably a good idea, but I'm sure I'll look forward to hearing a few gags from Tim Herbert. He won't be in the mood to make any if they lose this, but his team, having fallen behind, are now in front. We've had a few matches that have changed complexion over the course of the contest. Another sub for Brighton, Rosie Lang, from Dorothy Stringer. Was in the squad last year, but this is her first national final. 2 goals in this season's competition. She's a strong, old-fashioned type of forward, and available if required. Strong squads on both sides, but it's Yasmin House who scored the 2 goals for Brighton. Another thrilling contest. Free kick now for Knowsley St Helens. They hit the front first. Free kick to be crashed forward. Fairly low flight on it, but nothing to concern Tamir Soroka and the rest of the defenders. And, well, Doesn't have much to do, Mabel Clark, since coming on, the keeper. She's seen her team score twice, so she can say she's been a lucky charm for them. Remember, you can see the 3 goals again in the main highlights at half-time. Another player of the match announced before the end of the game. Away by Charlie Beach. There'll be plenty of people who've gone to the beach on this sunny Sunday in the UK. Beautiful weather generally for this week, which has been a massive bonus. And plenty of substitutions in the first half on a hot day. It's probably the hottest time of day really now, isn't it? Getting into the mid-high 20s today. And good work by Violet Rodnina. That'll mean everything to her. The roar of appreciation from the sidelines for Violet. Is it to be a victorious Violet? As things stand, it will be. Fine response to going behind. And 12 coming on for Knowsley St Helens. Isabella Birchall of Rainford High. Clipped in at pace for Yasmin House, who's been unplayable at times with a little pivot there. Didn't quite get the power she wanted on the turf trimming drive, which grazed the grass and went into the arms of Abigail Hogan, who's had a mixed sort of day so far. Disappointed to concede the 2 goals, but she has also made good saves. So you might say on general play, it's a fair reflection of the game, this, because Brighton have had the better of it overall. Then again, we saw that the team who had the better of it generally in the last game lost 4-0. So you've got to be able to deliver when it really matters in football. Georgie Clough, just in the sunshine, with the ever increasing shadow. Mid-afternoon. Good ball forward, that's bounced awkwardly, and she just about gathered there. She'll be pleased to get the feel of the ball in her gloves, will Mabel. Header flicked on as Molly Curtis tries to get there. Well, she was fouled there, was the Knowsley St Helens goalscorer and captain Phoebe Haig, and she'll be the person to take the resulting free kick, and she might just go for goal here. She almost certainly will do. They're all coming back into the penalty area to help the rearguard effort of the Brighton players. Haig, the player who won this set piece. Hands on hips. Could she get her team level? Just past the half-hour mark. Haig hits it. Good power. Oh, it's off the frame of the goal within a whisker. That was a thumping, thunderous strike from the skipper. Phoebe Haig, who scored from open play to break the deadlock here, got over the wall, and that, I think that might have hit the joints of post and bar. Still shaking, still reverberating. Such was the power of that drive. That would have been one of the goals of the week. Just over a week, isn't it, really? It really would have been. She's being the ideal person to be captain. She's got a goal. She might have had another one there. They're the margins, though, aren't they? That one just goes a little bit lower and a little bit further to the right as we look at it. Then it would be 2-2, as it is, a team trail. Knocked away by Curtis for Yasmin House on a hat-trick. Will she go all the way here, Yasmin? And good defending by Megan Kay. And Birchall for Clough through the centre. Haig juggles with the ball. Powerful, skillful. Oh, did so well, and it took 3 of them to dispossess her. Teamwork from Brighton. Green and LB Cox. She's done well on the right. Into touch by Ellie Green. But yeah, Gabriella Roberts and Yasmin House, they'd be a handful for anyone, wouldn't they, up top? Just a couple of minutes left of this first half. Frantic, frenetic at times, but oozing class and quality. Sometimes, again, you just forget. These are under 13 girls playing to this level. Grace Tate, the captain. Header on by Green, but Hurst for Knowsley St Helens, and now Felicity Mitchell. Oh, how she kept that in. No, just trickled out, didn't it? No, she judged to have kept it in play there. The hard-working House, who's produced the 2 goals for her team when they really needed them. Rosie Lang, who's come onto the pitch, getting a touch. Roberts. And Clough. Challengers crunching in. Maximum commitment and effort right throughout. Well, the second half should be a cracker, I think, with Knowsley St Helens chasing it. Certainly not going to just fizzle out. More drama to come. Upfield towards Haig, who's going to keep driving at them into stoppage time at the end of a free-flowing first 35. Some fluent, cohesive football played by both teams. Brighton have scored twice, had other chances. Knowsley with Phoebe Haig's goal, and she also clattered the carpentry with a fantastic strike from a free kick, which she won. Hasn't just been a one-man team, they've all kind of, oh, look at this bit of footwork. Great technique from Georgie Clough. Phoebe loses out for once, and now Green. Yasmin House, headline maker, goal taker. Knowsley heartbreaker. Beach. Clever from Kay. Towards Birchall. Brighton will look for a third, but they've lost the ball here to Hurst. Clough. Oh, fantastic from Clough. Lovely ball carrying. What a run this is. That was sublime. Just didn't have anything at the end of it, but lovely balance and control. Darting and weaving, ducking and diving. jinking and striding. Closing seconds of a splendid half of girls' football. Looks like it's going to go in Brighton's favour, but still 35 minutes for Knowsley St Helens to find a way of getting level and then maybe going on to win the game. But it's Brighton sitting on a lead, and their keeper, their captain rather, Tay with a throw in. There's the half-time whistle. Brighton lead at the break. Knowsley St Helens roared into the lead through Phoebe Haig, the captain, who later had a free kick against the woodwork. But 2 goals, quick fire from Yasmin House, have put Brighton in the ascendancy. They lead at half-time by 2-1. The players are back out then. Plenty of goals in today's offerings. Not sure what we'll do with ourselves tomorrow after the football's over from Stoke. Day in, day out, we've been really, really impressed with the quality of these young players. And they've enjoyed every moment. Restart then. The Girls Under 13 District Champions Cup final. 2-1 to Brighton at half-time. And it's the goal scorer and captain of Knowsley St Helens who gets us underway, Phoebe Haig. Knowsley St Helens in their black and white stripes. Brighton in their royal blue and white, and it served them well. Yasmin House, brace bagger, pocketing a pair of goals in quick succession after Knowsley St Helens took the lead. And Haig almost got her second when it was 2-1 with a splendid long-range free kick which crashed against the frame of the goal. Here's Georgie Clough, who's done really well in the centre. Haig goes down. No suggestion of her being impeded. And Brighton into the shadow. Lovely playing conditions. Sublime sunshine. Difficult bounce here, but claimed well by the Brighton keeper. Looks like Bodley Holdworth has come back on, actually. Mabel Clark had a bit of a run out. Maybe it's the thought to give both of them two halves of football, if you like, a half in each half, but we'll have to see. But yeah, it looks like Bodley Holdworth O'Donnell has come back on. It's Knowsley St Helens who need a goal. Eva Reeves slides it. Looks an interesting ball, that. Alessa Giglio, who's come on the start of this half. Cowley International College St Helens. And she'll leave the throw in. It's going to be a long one, and it is a good weapon. But that's just ushered behind by Timea Soroka, who's been steady, the Brighton number 2. I think she's going to take the goal kick, just knocks the pass for LB Cox. Had a hand in one of the goals. 35 minutes each way. Went the way of Knowsley, then pendulum swung back for Brighton, who have the frail advantage. Challenge on Giglio, who that's what you want from your substitutes, getting involved from the outset. Alessia winning her team a corner. It's going to be taken by the magic boots of Georgie Clough. She's had a really good game. Fine technical player. Plays the free kick for Reeves. And now here she goes, Georgie into the box. Good defending by Charlie Beach. But it will be a corner. Concentrated pressure from the team who trail. One big final push needed. That's just by the organisers, who've had a long week. Everyone involved. Hats off to all of you. Great week of schools football. Gets better and better every year, and long may it continue. Brighton's Rosie Lang there. Substitute. Forward player. Foregone second half. LB Cox loses out. Phoebe, the skipper, wins a free kick. Well, we know what happened last time she won a free kick. She came so close to getting her team level. This is even further out as they attack the other goal, but she won't be afraid to have a go here, I'm telling you. I fully expect her to go for goal here. Phoebe Haig. She scored once, nearly netted from a set piece in the first half. Here she goes in the second, and she has gone for goal, and not able to claim the ball, the keeper. Well worth trying to catch her out. Bodley, Holdworth, O'Donnell. She got something on it. Didn't quite hit it perhaps as powerful as she wanted, Phoebe Haig, but she's had an excellent game. Half an hour of football left in this schools football event at Stoke City FC, which will be hosting the Pokemon Cup. Always an enjoyable event that'll be coming up this Friday, and all the coverage on the SFA TV. Away by Soroka. Georgie Clough always trying to influence and ping those passes, making things tick, making things click. I like the energy of Alessia Giglio. She's getting involved when she can. Away by Green. Juliet Wardrope has come on of Lancing Prep. We mentioned her being the joker. Is she going to have something to smile about at full time? Quite possibly, because the team are sitting on this 2-1 lead. Grace Tay, captain. She of the long throw. God, it's effortless, isn't it? She doesn't even seem to give herself much of a run-up, just so much power. She loops them in. They're probably better than corners and free kicks, actually. Certainly caused issues in the build-up to one of the goals with it. And she was lethal in the semis, as we mentioned. Throw in for Knowsley St Helens. Taken by Wormleyton. Tilly Daniel challenges. Oh, now it's Georgie Clough, emerges with the ball. Gets the crossover. Keeper can't get there. Was there a handball? Yes, it's a penalty kick. Keeper couldn't claim. The referee instantly blew the whistle, and they are going to have a chance to level things up. And no prizes for guessing who's going to take the penalty. It's going to be the captain. Great work by Georgie Clough. She created that with a wizardry down the right. And handball against LB Cox. And she knew what she'd done. Here we go then. It's Phoebe Haig from 12 yards. Up against Bodley, Holdworth, O'Donnell. Haig, the skipper, sets herself, prepares. On your marks, get set. Goal! Into the corner. It's Captain Fantastic Phoebe to haul Knowsley St Helens level. She's been a brilliant leader. You have to give credit to Georgie Clough for winning the penalty with the lovely dribble and shot. It was handled, penalty given, and it was dispatched with aplomb, emphatically into the corner. Bodley, Holdworth, O'Donnell went the right way, the Brighton #1. She couldn't get there. Such was the precision and the power of the penalty. Game on, 2-2. And Phoebe could have had a hat-trick, couldn't she, when you consider, as well as two really well-struck goals, she's also hit the frame of the goal with a free kick in the first half. Anyone's game, this. Yeah, Georgie Clough has really bewildered, bewitched and mesmerised with her ability. Away by Soroka. Whatever was said by Ian Latter, Coach Josh Jones at half-time has had an effect for Knowsley. being very positive. Swashbuckling stuff. Well, first girls' game finished 3-2. He had a late winner. Is this one going to follow suit? "13 goals in the 3 games today already. It never disappoints, this tournament. It's a great part of the sporting calendar. Education, entertainment, excellent energy before ease. 10 gone, second half, 2-2. We wanted the last game to be close, full of goals, and not know how it was going to go. It's the perfect way to end the week, really is. Ball forward by Wormleyton. Well, is Phoebe Hay gonna... We've got 2 players on hat-tricks, both goals scored by the same player for the 2 teams. Yasmin House with 2 for Brighton, and here's Phoebe Hay, who's scored a couple. On the turn, good save, will it be forced in? She tries to do so, the substitute. Well, Alessia Gilio's really made an impact since coming on. Tried to knock it in on the rebound, but Phoebe Haig with the effort on the turn. Quick fire, snapshot. Good save that time by Bodley. Now it's Brighton up the other end. Well, what an action-packed game. And a bit of everything. And there's still 24 minutes to go. Georgie Clough tries to carry the ball. Are Brighton stealing themselves for a big push? Hasn't been involved too much as Yasmin House in the second half. This is better from Brighton. Roberts started the game so well. She's had a quiet period. She's won her team a corner after determination from Eva Reeves. House standing over the ball. 47 minutes in, 2-2. Played now for LB Cox. Good looking cross. Could have gone anywhere. Was it knocked on by Gabriella Roberts? Well, who's going to take a chance here, a gamble? Stick or twist? Do you risk losing a game to win it? Do you take your chances with penalties? It's all to be thrown into the pot. This cauldron of excitement bubbling along nicely. Who's going to bring it to the boil? Brighton. Clough for Knowsley St Helens. Challenge in from Barter and Beach. Slightly scrappy period of play. There's been an abundance of quality as well. And now it's Lang trying to thread the ball through. Anywhere will do that time for Knowsley St Helens. 4:30 p.m. Is the final game going to go to penalties? Well, it's a possibility. Every time I seem to say that, there's a goal there. Throw in from Tay, using that weapon. Georgie Clough, she's one of the best players I've seen on the ball. She's so comfortable. Male or female, great stuff from Georgie. And now it's Phoebe, goal-scoring Phoebe, the captain. Can she go all the way here? Brighton to clear. And now Gabriella Roberts bundled over. Referee does really well there, playing on, because they've got the ball in a good area and they might just go all the way. No, I think he was right to carry on there, even though Roberts went down in a heap. Kept him well by Giglia. Barter plays it back for Hogan. House. And using her strength there is Juliet Wardrope. Daniel up against Clough for opposing 18. This is under 30. 50 gone, 2-2. First Knowsley, St Helens led, then Brighton came back to lead 2-1, now it's level. How about that for a swinging pendulum? For a roller coaster. Away by Daniel, only partially. Clough being tugged, clear foul on it. She's very slippery. She's going to take this free kick. Clough has been class. In fact, she's being told not to take it. The instruction was for Phoebe Haig, the captain, to go from the coaches. Don't think she can score from here, but who knows? Anything's possible with Phoebe on the ball. Right-footed, slams it forward, and she did go for goal, spilled and wide. Well, fractionally away there. Again, it's Alessia Giglio who's done as much as anyone to influence this game. But what an effort that was from Phoebe Haig. So far out, keeper spilled it, and Alessia Giglio did well. But actually, in fairness to Bodley Holbrook O'Donnell, having initially dropped the ball, she did recover. That's what you want to see from these youngsters. If you do make an error, look to atone for it, and that's what she did. Great stuff, because it was an awkward wobbling ball, that free kick. 53rd minute, 2-2. Clough with the corner. Haig tries the shot, took two of them, and then harmlessly forward by Annie Barter. 53rd minute. This could go either way, it really could. Good to hear all the support from the sidelines as well. It's been a big part of this week's events. Leah Hurst competing with Juliet Wardrope. Who is going to get their team over the line here? We've passed the midway point of the second half. Only a quarter of the contest to go. 17 minutes from the thrills of penalties. I've got a feeling there'll be at least one more goal, though, in normal time here. Georgie Clough. More delightful work. Just plays with sheer joy and style and ability. Wonder if she might be a contender for player of the match. Quite possibly. Oh! It's bounced over the keeper and gone in. Well, if you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. I know they're not old enough to enter the lottery, but that was really surprising. It's a goal for Georgie Clough, who's been brilliant, but Bodley Holbrook O'Donnell will not want to see that again. She just misjudged the flight. It bounced awkwardly in front of her. That's tough for her to take. It bounced higher than she expected. And Georgie Clough, has she scored the winning goal? Quite possibly. It's 3-2 to Knowsley St Helens. The way this game's gone's making me dizzy. Knowsley St Helens took the lead. Brighton roared back to lead 2-1. Knowsley got it back to 2-2, and now it's the black and whites ahead for a second time in the game. Okay, it was an error. I mean, it's the sort of ground, you want the ground to swallow you up at moments like that, but as Violet Rodnina comes back, but it may have been, she may have just lost the ball in the sun, but that's the thing about keepers, you know, often you remember the saves, but also she just made a good save as well. But Georgie Clough, no matter how the ball went in, she would be a worthy match winner, there's no question. Definitely a name to spring off the page and to remember and see how she gets on, but they're all doing their own bit. Really enjoyable stuff this, although that wasn't an enjoyable moment for the Brighton keeper. She'll be desperate for her. The way football can go, though, you just never know. They might go and equalise, and she might be a star of a penalty shootout. There's still time. Am I almost giving you the impression that I want a penalty shootout? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think we're all tired after a long week, but it's a nice tired. It's a sort of satisfied. We've really enjoyed it. And how can you not enjoy football like this? An enthusiasm like this? And ability? More subs? Rosie Lang having a rest. And you need it. Energy sapping. 3-2 Knowsley St Helens. Their goal scorers Phoebe Haig, the captain with 2, Georgie Clough might just have won it for them after Yasmin House weighed in with 2 for Brighton. Very impressed with Knowsley, particularly in this second half, though. You'd have to say that Brighton had the better of the first half. It hasn't been the case since the break, has it? The supporters, friends and family are doing so well, Havel Wheaton just lifting the players. It's a big stage for them. They've done, all of them done so well. Squeezed forward by Megan Kay. Well, they're not going to go into the shell, I don't think, Knowsley St Helens. Yeah, they've worked so hard to get themselves ahead, but they might need to score again here with Wormleyton. Good tussle that between her and Gabriella Roberts. But Roberts and House have been much less effective because they've not really had the ball much in the Knowsley half. As challenge comes in, and it's a foul, says the referee, by Daisy Dawson on Phoebe Haig, and Haig is on a hat-trick, and you'd back her to score here. She's got so much shooting ability, from range especially. Can Captain Phoebe give them breathing space? 3-player wall. Haig hits it. Saved. Clipped towards the corner, but saved well. Georgie Clough with more individual quality. Well, this has been a masterclass of long-range shooting at times from Phoebe Haig. Poured away by keeper, and she's come on again as Mabel Clark. Clearly the plan for them to play half each, the 2 keepers. So Bodley won't have a chance to make amends for the error, but she still played her part. The team doing so well to get to this final. Are they just going to fall short, Brighton? Here's Phoebe again. LB Cox. And we do have a problem for LB. Just feeling her left leg. Fingers crossed, everything else crossed, that she's going to be all right, but we're going to need the first aid up. So a chance just to catch our breath and get ready for one final 10-minute period plus stoppage time to close out the week. Managing to hobble towards the edge of the pitch. Thanks to everyone for all their medical first aid expertise. You need everything to be working, all the cogs in the wheel, and it's been expertly put together. And we do have an enforced change there for Brighton. Lara Green for LB Cox. Hopefully nothing too serious for her. She's had a good game. Still far from over this. Certainly when you got the likes of Roberts and House ready to pounce if a chance comes their way. Just haven't had much of the ball in the second half. Phoebe Haig getting into the box. Haig still, great play, pulls it back, and then what a block that is. Giglio looks set to score. Haig teed her up beautifully. That was, I mean, she's produced some many good moments in this game as Phoebe Haig, but that was right up there with them. Talk about leading by example, the very definition of that. And this is over the perimeter. Time starting to run low for Brighton. They've still got over 8 minutes plus additional time, so they won't panic yet. They won't panic at all. House plays the pass. Could this be the moment? No. Save was made and the flag raised and the whistle blown anyway. Wouldn't have counted. That's all it takes with their rapidity, just to try and spring the offside trap. That's what they'll be hoping to do, soak up the pressure, but they might have to start taking a few more risks at the back with them chasing the game. Away by Hogan. Has had an up and down sort of day, as of a lot of the players. It's been that type of game. Clough tries to win it, but there's good work by Curtis. And I've got to say, I think really what would sum up the week is, and I mean this in a completely positive way, I have to say, you know, the commentary team are in the privileged position of announcing the player of the match and deciding it. And by the way, when we've got a pundit with us, an ex-player, I'm definitely going to give that role to that because it's just too stressful. No, I'm only joking. It's a pleasure. There hasn't been one easy decision. I just want to say that every game I've done, and you know, 4 on the first day, and we've had 5 game days, and Isaac and Jamie, I'm sure, would say this as well. Thanks to them for their excellent contributions. There's not been one easy player of the match call. And sometimes it's obvious, but there hasn't. There have been so many good performers. Here come Brighton. She's a possible contender. Roberts. Well, Roberts started the game really well. Is she going to end it well? She's won a corner here. That was just my way of teeing up that the player of the match is going to be announced in a couple of minutes. And there's the cross. Hoisted in, hopefully. Keeper comes, and does she claim? Well, foul committed on her by Gabriella Roberts, just too enthusiastic in trying to get the ball back there. Clearance, 5 to go. What a week it's been. Highs, lows, goals, saves, tackles, trophies. Fabulous. Oh, and is she going to get there? The number 9. Not quite. Roberts, great work by the keeper. Abigail Hogan, oh, so good, so determined, but might have come at the cost of a problem for Roberts, who's worked so hard. Treatment, we're going to get stoppage time. Plenty of added minutes here for Brighton to find an equaliser to take us to a shootout. Or will it be Knowsley who close it out? Fluid levels taken on. And on comes Yasmin Howe. She'd love to clinch her hat-trick. As Roberts had to go off there. She was the one who lunged for the ball. Great work by Hogan. Well, maybe there won't be another goal. There's definitely going to be another good chance for one of the teams. Just the nature of the week. I mean, so much free-flowing, enterprising football. It's been a bit like a game of basketball at times. Here's a ball threaded forward by Clough, and now the shot. Oh, that's the match clincher. She's been stunning in this second half. She's come on, she's played with a freedom, a positivity. Alessia Giglio, the name rolls off the tongue. That was sensational. Knowsley St Helens are going to win our final game of the week. What are the goals of the week as well? Crisp, decisive, clinical, over the keeper. The sub-keeper, Mabel Clark, couldn't get there. Alessia, astonishing, astounding, amazing and awesome. It's Giglio's delight. It's Knowsley St Helens' delight. 4-2 they lead. There's surely no coming back for Brighton now, who played their part. A 6-goal classic. But that has just eased any little nerves that might have been jangling, any nails that might have been bitten. Any quickening of the pulse might have just slowed down a smidgen. Because Knowsley have shown character here, haven't they? To go 1 up, then 2-1 down. Second half, they've been brilliant. It's an inspired change. Fair play to the coaches for bringing on Alessia. She's just got a good unassuming manner about her as well. She just goes about her business down the left. She's almost scored 1 or 2 other goals, but, well, she couldn't have dreamt last night. It might have been Christmas Eve, I'm sure, for all of these girls. And a bit like that, you know, that excitement, that not able to sleep. You're just so thrilled at the prospect of playing in this, and what a strike. Again, it's continued the theme this game. Spectacular goals. memories made, trophies lifted. The game's nearly up, the week's nearly up. Thanks to everyone. We haven't got time. I don't want this to sound like an Oscars acceptance speech, so I haven't got time to mention everyone by name, but you know who you are. Everyone who's been part of this week have done a brilliant job. Behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, at the sides, in the engine room. Brilliant. Roll on the Pokemon Cup. And the PlayStation Cup and all the other cups you want to mention at schools level. And, well, Hogan is going to be on the winning team. I think it stood them in good stead, by the way, how close the quarter-final and semi-final were. The quarter, we mentioned, winning on penalties and thrills in normal time and extra time, and equally the semi-final, 1-1, they won 2-1 after extra time. So I think sometimes when you've got two tight games like that, it really stands you in good stead, and it has. Remember, you're going to see all the goals, plenty of them, key highlights at full time, and then we'll bring you the presentation, the final one, and then we will go and have a well-earned drink. Might be a lemonade or a Coke for these youngsters, or one of those energy drinks, or water's good. I might afford myself something a bit stronger. If that's okay with everyone. And it's going to be a clearance as the final seconds tick away. Second minute of added time. He's just finished it off. It's just made things a bit calmer for Knowsley St Helens, although they'll want another one. And the captain wants a hat-trick, and she might just get it. She has a tremendous treble for Phoebe Haigh. Inspirational captain. A hat-trick for her. One was a really good strike, the other a penalty, and then she rounds it off in stoppage time at the end of the game. 5-star. High fives. They've scored 5. Remember, they were 2-1 down at one point. Strength on the ball. She waited. She hit the shot. Never going to miss. She's some player, by the way. Fabulous. Fantastic Phoebe. Haigh stands tall, rifles the ball in, and that is the way to cap it. What a way to end the week. A hat-trick from a winning captain. Seizing the headlines, and she's pushed her team forward. Remember, she hit the bar with a long-range free kick as well. She might have had 4 or 5 goals. And here's Georgie, who's just an exquisite technical player, and she has won our Player of the Match award. And obviously Phoebe running her a close second with a hat-trick. Brighton have just fallen short. There's the full-time whistle. Congratulations to Knowsley St Helens. A hat-trick for captain Phoebe Haigh. Georgie Clough and Alessia Giglio with the other goals. In a stunning second half, Yasmin House scored twice for Brighton in the opening period. But Knowsley have done it in our final of the week with a brilliant 5-2 win. I think I just heard a cry of Championes, Championes. Ole, ole, ole. Final presentation is imminent. Great week. And I think what I would like to say, I mean, the boys have been brilliant, but the way these young girls now, they've got this technical ability, and it's down to opportunity, isn't it? The Lionesses, the surge of interest, the role models, get out in the fresh air, get a football in your back garden, go to an academy, go to a school, and and Nigel Jemson said the same thing last year to me when we were doing the PlayStation Cup. How they've come on, how they've improved, you know, girls at this age range and in the others. For me, that has been such a good part of it. And you know, just look at some of those highlights. I can't believe how good they are. Wonderful. And as I've said, I've commentated on Premier League, some of the best players in the game in many, many years of broadcasting. And these events are every bit as enjoyable as that, because there's just the sheer joy of football, and players using football to develop their skills in life. Well done to all the referees and officials throughout the course of the week. They've been brilliant, because they've done it with a real awareness of the fact they're younger players. They can't be too harsh, but they've still got to teach them the right lessons, the right way of going about their sport and their life. Thanks to the ESFA for everyone who's done the presentations, for everyone at Stoke, everyone behind the scenes. Player of the match, Georgie Clough gets the player of the match. Oh, I think they're a bit surprised there that I gave it to Georgie. Well, why not? I think sometimes, obviously, Phoebe was brilliant, hat-trick captain, but the skill, and one of the smallest players on the pitch as well. Very, very good technical ability. So well done, Georgie. She really deserved that. Player of the match. Brighton received their runners-up medals. Great work to get to the final, and well done to all of them. They made it a good game. They were leading at half-time, remember. Yasmin House with the quick-fire brace. The closing moments as the curtain is drawn on a week full of memories, footballing brilliance, youngsters making their way in an uncertain world. But what is for certain is that it's in safe hands with these guys and girls around, and all their support networks around them. Charlie Beach takes her. And Madeline, LB Cox and all the rest of the Brighton players being announced individually, which I think is a good part of it this year, as our coverage goes from strength to strength. Extensive, interesting, informative. And we have a laugh or two along the way. And good to hear all the applause. That'll make them feel good, because they've been on the wrong end of the scoreline. But that doesn't matter too much. In the overall scheme of things, they'll look back and they'll think we've played on a big pitch, great stadium, and we'll move on and try and come back. That's the thing, the motivation if you lose, to come back and try and win next time. They've got great role models, Brighton. I saw them play yesterday in the WSL. Nikita Paris and Frank Kirby and the rest had a great season, their best ever WSL finish. Right, Knowsley St Helens, the winners of our final game. Sparkling performance in the sunshine. They've really earned these winners' medals. It was a game full of goals, but the defenders played their part. Enthusiastic support. Brilliant. I think Leah Hurst supporters clubs certainly in the building. But yeah, everyone being cheered. Felicity Mitchell. Happiness for Felicity. The clue's in the name. And there she is, the captain, the hat-trick star, Phoebe Haig. She's going to be getting her hands on the trophy. Ella Wormlington and Ellie Green. Here's the player of the match, Georgie Clough, silky skills in the centre. Bella Simpson. And just going through the final players, Annie Barter, Isabella Birchall. And I forgot the abacus, actually. I was losing count, so many goals we've seen, but I think it was the fourth goal, wasn't it, by Alessia Giglio. She was really good in the second half, Alessia. Well done, deserved your goal. And everyone, the whole squad have contributed, and they've got memories to share with each other. And good to see everyone, even if they didn't play today, get their medals. It's trophy presentation time. The last one of the day. You always want the final game to live up to expectation, and it did. It was brilliant entertainment. Thanks for joining us. And thank you to Knowsley St Helens for putting on a show in the last game. It was spectacular. The captain, the hat-trick star, Phoebe Haig, has the trophy in her hands. She holds it aloft. Knowsley St Helens round off a wonderful week at Stoke. They're victorious. And the game of schools football has been the true winner this week. Wonderful stuff. Jack Woodward signing off from the commentary box. All smiles for Knowsley St Helens. A cracking week of football.